package ownership. There are also the technical ones, like maximum message size or even horizon, and these technical ones are related to the network itself, not as much to the consensus. Also, in the Corda network, it is very important to say that we have special notary nodes that are protecting us from the double spend. So this is all cool, and it's a nice vision of having this single Corda network with maximum compatibility, and this is like the end goal. However, what we are seeing is that some of the customers, they, for some reasons, they want to or they have to run independent Corda networks, and this is for different reasons. And so, for example, they want to control the notaries, they want to control the infrastructure, they want to have different identity checks on the network entry, or maybe they want to set up different parameters, or the reasons are legal, like the trust root in the given country, for example, or control of the revocation of the identities. Which makes the use case that I talked about and the future compatibility story between those networks a bit more difficult. However, there is a solution that we designed. So this solution is called flow session interoperability. And it is one of the interoperability types we researched, and we concluded that it suits our needs quite well. Of course, there are different trade-offs. It is interoperability of the networks with different trust roots and different network parameters, as well as different historical network parameters, which I will talk about a bit later. So, and this interoperability enables to exchange Java objects, Corda signed transactions, or business data between nodes in different networks. And it reuses the already the things that we have already available in the platform. So it reuses the messaging layer, it reuses the flow framework, crypto, and serialization. There is no need to align all network parameters or historic data. However, we have to align some, which I'll mention later. And there's one very important thing to mention. It is not full compatibility because there is no backchain validation between those networks. And why there is no full compatibility? Because it is hard, and it is hard because of different reasons. Some of them are technical, but some of them are about the control over network. Because to have the full backchain exchange and validation, we need to have the alignment. Not only we need to have the alignment on the not only on the network parameters between the networks, so they have to be the same, but also we will have to have an alignment on the historical ones. So the main point would be, for example, notaries. How can I tell if I see in a backchain and a historical transaction notary I don't recognize from other network? Do I trust them? It is a bit harder to have this kind of compatibility, and as we will see, for most of the use cases, we don't really need it. However, we need to move a bit of the trust from the code execution and the backchain validation to some of the actors on the network. So who do we trust when we are joining the network, and how we could reuse that fact? So first of all, we trust the network operator because it runs, for example, the identity checks. So we trust those identity checks, so identity manager. We also usually trust the issuer, because when I'm having some asset issued by given issuer, I need to trust them that it is related to something that exists in real life, and it's not, for example, money printed out of the thin air. We also trust notaries because they are guardians of the consensus of the network. And we can reuse this trust as well. And the solution is something that we call zone peering. Zone peering is the concept that basically nodes still are in the independent networks. Network operators still have the control over these networks. However, and we call this network's primary network. However, the zone operators can agree on signing a peering agreement and to align some of the, for example, parameters, or like agree on the identity issuance as well, and which will enable a new type of the interoperability between the nodes on different networks. Part of this peering agreement is also whitelisting the trust root for the networks we are peered with. So it is a bit that nodes have multiple trust roots. However, they need to be whitelisted. So it's not that I can install whatever trust root I want because of the reason I mentioned before, like identity checks, for example. So from the node perspective, it's really valuable. So nodes have clear view who to trust. We also had to solve the duplicate X500 names problem, because in different networks we can have the same actors. So, for example, bank that operates both in UK and US. So this was solved by namespacing. So when I want to contact so if I'm in my primary network, the API is exactly the same as it was before. So I just like reuse all the Corda functionalities. However, if I want to address a node from the other network, I will have to qualify from which network where this node operates in. We also introduced something called network map federation, because when you peer to networks, you need to have those nodes from the other network visible. So, so the network maps can pass this information between. And as I mentioned, as part of the peering agreement, we need to align some of the network parameters, but not all. The most important ones are the max message size and the minimum platform version. And minimum platform version, it's because nodes that want to communicate between networks, they need to know how to do that. So we need a platform version that supports it. Additional changes to the Corda API are incremental, and they are only for the identity service and the network map cache. As well, we introduced the new type of flow session and destination, so you can specify in this type that you want to contact nodes from the other network. And then it's happy days. You can reuse the messaging, you can reuse flow framework, and you can even like write the special flows that abstract the most common use cases. I just need to mention this is a proof of concept only, and it's not implemented. So let's take a look at the example how it could work. So as before, we have two Corda networks, Blueberry and Raspberry, that want to share, they want to swap the assets between the networks. I'll also introduce additional nodes. I will introduce on the Blueberry network, I will introduce Bob and Issuer, and on the Strawberry network, I will introduce as well Issuer and Alice. Why did I introduce the Issuer? Because we need to trust some agent nodes to, in this example, to do the cross-network swap. But in this use case, it's not such a big problem, because Bob and Alice, they trust them anymore. Anyway. Okay, so those two networks decided to peer. And as you can see, they're still separate, but now signed the peering agreement. They aligned the parameters that I mentioned, and they whitelisted each other's trust roots. Notice that the notaries are still independent. They also have independent network maps and identity manager. So how to do this kind of swap of assets between two networks? I will walk you through the simplified example. And first, I will introduce the teleport operation, something that we designed as well. And it is quite simple. So basically, we use the new flow session type, and we use that to send the messages around between the networks. And teleport operation is just redeeming of one asset in one network and reissuing it in another. And we reuse the fact that we trust those issuers, right? And so how it would look step by step. So Alice that holds strawberries contacts Bob and just between the networks via flow session and sending just normal messages informing that she wants to send him some strawberries, and they also negotiate which issuers to use and who they trust. Bob says sure. So now Alice can start the teleports operation. Basically, it has to ask her issuer to redeem the strawberries on this network and reissue them to Bob on the other network. Issuer at this point needs to validate the exit transaction. That it is valid, and Alice has right to do that. If it all validates, this transaction is signed by Alice and issuer, and issuer continues the reissuance process. So basically, issuer sends the business message to informing the issuer on the other network that we need to reissue strawberries to Bob. And it can also show the proof that this transaction was on the strawberry network, that this transaction, the strawberries were redeemed, and it's a valid transaction. And then the issuer on the blueberry network just does all like in a normal Corda way, issuance transaction of strawberries to Bob. And in the end, Bob holds the strawberries. So as you can see, we reused two normal Corda concepts like the redeem transaction and the issuance transaction, as well as some message passing between nodes on the networks. Now, using this teleport operation, we can also do very simple delivery of thing, asset swap between two networks. And it's just two teleport operations and one DVP transaction that is already in one network. So teleport operations will reuse the new flow session API, but the DVP transaction is just plain old asset swap within Corda network. So as before, Alice and Bob exchange messages about them wishing to do the swap. They need to agree on the issuers they will use. And Alice teleports strawberries to issuer using the previous protocol I mentioned. And now the issuer on the blueberry network, it has the strawberries, and this is the point where they just reuse normal Corda functionalities to swap the ownership of the assets between Bob and issuer. And now issuer on the Bob's network has blueberries, and Bob has strawberries, and then issuer teleports those blueberries to Alice. And in the end, both Alice and Bob have the assets as as desired. So it was pretty simple. Okay, that would be it for this solution. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the session about creating marketplaces for digital assets. My name is Johan Toll. I'm Vice President and Head of Digital Assets at NASDAQ. In today's sessions, I will walk you through our view on the trends and how they impact the digitalization of marketplaces across the globe, across many different types of industries. I will also walk you through how we are looking to serve our clients with better services to support their creation of marketplaces for new types of financial assets. And finally, I will also show you a quick demo or demonstration about our solution that we currently have in place, offering to anyone who's looking to create digital marketplaces around the globe. So let me first start on the first slide here, walk you through a bit more about NASDAQ and who we are. I mean, clearly, we are very, very famous, I would say, for our market services division, where we run and operate exchanges in Europe and America to trade various types of financial assets. We also have a business unit on the corporate services side, where we provide listing services and corporate solutions offerings to corporations. Our fourth business unit is the information services business, where we deliver trusted data, index analytics to our investor communities. And then the fourth business unit, which I primarily represent, is called the market technology business units. And that's where we power more than 130 of our world-leading exchanges and clearinghouses and the security depositories with a full suite of trading, settlement, issuance, surveillance offerings. And this is, of course, a slide we're especially proud of, where we see how we currently are serving the capital markets, more than 130 different exchanges, marketplaces, clearinghouses, and CSDs. We also have a pretty good client base in the regulators, where they are using our surveillance solutions to monitor and ensure that everybody behaves according to the rules. But let's zoom in then on the focus for today. So I will walk you through some of the major trends that we see relate to the digital asset marketplaces. And I think today we can clearly see how what I say here is that the future is being formed very much through, in a way, very healthy but frictional fusion between what we see coming in now with new trends from the cryptocurrency landscape, from open source, from retail, etc., that is now becoming nicely fusioned and blended with the traditional capital markets experience. So, for example, I think today we have a big session going on between how institutional traders are coming on board to see how they can meet up with the demands of the retail business. From the cryptocurrency landscape, we have a lot of retail focus, where investors are trading directly the Bitcoins or the Ethereums, etc., in cryptocurrencies. And now we can see how institutions are coming on board and start to also look to see how they can serve the market with cryptocurrency trading opportunities. We can also see a healthy debate going on between established and new types of payment system coming on board. I mean, since many years back, we have had very efficient payment systems geared towards retails. I mean, through Stripe, you could say, or Klarna and others. And it's a healthy debate going on between those new types of payment systems and established payment systems using SWIFT and real-time gross settlement system used by the central banks. I think we're going to see how there's going to be a fusion between the two here, coming up and model new types of systems coming through to support new types of trends that we're looking for. And especially, I mean, I think today we have more than 40 banks looking into how to manage the central bank digital currency solutions. And also we see a lot of activity going on from the global banks and the medium and smaller sized banks to see how they could cater for more efficient ways to manage payments. There is also a lot of discussion, I mean, since the Bitcoin era 10 years back started with, could we do better peer-to-peer communication going on here? And I guess we can also see a healthy debate going on with the previous, I mean, hype around initial coin offerings, where you really had a peer-to-peer communication between the investor and the issuer of an ID here. But you also could have some concerns about the reliability and security and the safeness of the investors here. So while I still see that in the capital markets landscape, there might be quite a few intermediaries, and I think there's a healthy debate going on between how we're going to shrink and be closer and closer coming into the peer-to-peer networks. Also on the private versus public, it's on the network side, it's also a good discussions going on between, what should be put on private closed networks, what should be put on public open networks, or will we in the future see the semi-private, semi-public networks coming to us here? I think in the end, it's all about trust in the network here. Where can we increase the level of trust in our ecosystem that we want to create? And also since many years back, when it comes to innovation within the digital asset space has primarily been driven by the innovation teams, by smaller teams within companies looking to see how could this new technology, blockchain-based technology, DLT-based, smart contracts-based technology, actually transform the ecosystems we have of today. And now, since a couple of years back, we can see healthy involvement from the business side. And that also takes part of the discussions to see where does it actually make sense to totally transform or revamp an ecosystem that we see today that may be manual, bilateral, O2C, and has maybe the need for an increased trust between the various players and stakeholders in the ecosystem. So we very much welcome the way how now business gets more and more involved into discussions to innovate and transform the upcoming market here with help of new technologies. And the last bullet is very much about centralized and decentralized. A lot of discussions going on whether should we have everything decentralized, or should we stay on with the centralized solutions here, or could we find a middle ground here between semi-decentralized networks where you have some kind of consortium potentially running a network in a semi-decentralized fashion. So I think these all are interesting bubbles to monitor and watch and see how we're moving forward in our industry and learn a lot from the Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency landscape, and also take in our experience of running established financially graded markets since many, many years back. And also, I think the last years now, we can see how the institutional adoption of digital assets are increasing significantly. I think this is a pretty nice picture showing quite a few of the companies and startups involved in the value chain that is required to set up a healthy new type of capital markets. And what's interesting here that we can see the various rectangles here more or less representing the needs for different participants in the ecosystem. We need to have issuers and tokenization platforms. We need to have broker and trade execution platforms. We need to have appropriate custodial networks and custodians. We need to have data providers delivering market data to the community, etc. So I think this clearly shows us how we are now slowly building up the necessary frameworks and the necessary participants in the ecosystem to go fully digital. What's interesting here is also we can now, earlier I think we saw a lot of startups moving into the Bitcoin and Ethereum industry, to cryptocurrencies landscape, and started to build out these type of functions. But now we can see also the established capital markets players like global banks or global exchanges looking to actually come in and see how they can participate in this and provide their safety and harness around how assets should be more efficiently traded. So the incumbent players are very much entering into the market and provides good credibility now to the whole ecosystem. So through this, we can really see how we now have a healthy debate going on between, what should be decentralized, centralized, what should be distributed or centralized, and the intermediaries versus peer-to-peer trading. And all of this is a massive innovation power going on now between the various participants I think we take use of. And I think now we can see how the market becomes more and more prepared to actually launch new types of digital assets-based marketplaces. So this is all very much about how can we then more efficiently build ecosystems for the digital assets. And to properly do this, I think it's very, very important when you start off your mission to create these new types of marketplaces that you identify and collaborate with the right set of stakeholders. It's important to have everybody around the table from day one here. that has the impact and has the willingness to change and transform the current market practices, from issuers, investors, into depositories, marketplaces, and regulators and banks being very important, all of them, to see how can we actually together move and transform into a new type of ecosystem based on blockchain promises, based on smart contracts, potentially new types of infrastructure based on cloud, and also utilizing machine intelligence to improve the way we understand and interpret data. And it's also important to ensure that the industry is also welcoming for a change here, and that the industry has enough of a digital transformation going on that supports the movements into a fully digital market. I mean, in the shipping example, I think we have a good example where the shipping industry has been around for maybe 350 years already. And some parts of it has been very, very manual, very, very paper-based. But I see a lot of interesting efforts now going on into digitalizing the whole value chain for trade financing or letter of credits in the shipping space. So that's for sure an interesting area to see, could that market eventually be ready also to take on the creation of more efficient marketplace to trade various assets residing on the shipping industry. Also, the regulators and auditors are now very well on board on what the new technology can give them and how they can support them. So I think it's fully embraced by the regulators globally. And it's good to see that there's a healthy debate going on between the regulators as well to see how can we come up with global standards and global regulations to support the creation of new types of digital marketplaces. And then the two last bullets very much focused on, I mean, how can we enhance the client experience here? How can we give one user experience, so to say, to the end investors? How can we deliver them a better way to manage their assets, to trade, to do price discovery in a more efficient way? And also, I think it's important to start with some of the core capabilities here for the digitalization and issuance, support the price discovery process and trading, and settlement and payment. But it's also important to see how you can add on more fintech partners, more partners into the ecosystems that supports you in building out and growing the ecosystem for your industry or for your marketplace that you want to create. So all of these, I think, are 5 very important bullets that you need to consider when you start to build your ecosystem. So looking a little about how we then at Nasdaq can serve you with meeting up with these demands, we have created something we call the Nasdaq Marketplace Services Platform. So that's an institutionally graded platform where you can actually manage the whole digital asset lifecycle in a very elegant and service-oriented way to capture all of your needs in it. We built this platform to see how we can cater for the needs, not only serving new types of financial assets coming from the capital market side, but we also deliver this solution to other types of industries out there. Could it be, as I mentioned, in the shipping industry, looking to solve and trade more efficiently logistic data? Could it be OTC markets or insurance space or real estate or receivables? Our belief is that anything that can be traded will be traded. And through the digitalization of the markets, we can clearly see how the investors are looking to trade new types of financial assets out there. And that's where we come in and looking to see how can we serve clients that want to enable trade on those new types of assets with a much more efficient SaaS-based solution that covers the whole asset lifecycle from issuance, trading, settlement, into depository and delivery of the assets. So what we've done here is create something that is called the Marketplace Services Platform. So it's a fully SaaS-enabled open platform that can grow easily with the success of your own business. So you can see this as an open platform where we have a couple of core capabilities to ensure that the client experience is at focus here. How can we deliver consistent user experience regardless of the services you're interacting with, regardless of how you want to trade your assets here? And also, how can we deliver an efficient way to interact and integrate through a discoverable API access into all these various services? And to this comes also a institutionally graded data hub that can collect and normalize all the data that comes into the platform, whereupon you can discover and do analytics of that data to serve the community with more improved ways of doing price discovery, as an example. We're also working with partners here, like R3 and others, to see how can we deploy partner-built applications on top of this open platform. So it's not only NASDAQ written services that can be deployed here, but we can also take in and host partner-built applications into this ecosystem, so that you can provide additional services beyond the core capabilities that the platform delivers. So as you can see in the center here, we have two pre-packaged suites, you could say. One of the suites, called the Universal Marketplace Suite, is geared towards the ones that wants to become the exchange of an asset. Could it be a real estate? Could it be insurance contract? Could it be a shipping contract to trade container space, maybe on a ship? So that's very much where we have bundled together a couple of the marketplace services that we see is needed for clients like that. So that's how you can enable the listing of your assets, how you can do pre-trade risk management, matching, market surveillance, and finally then data discovery. So that's one part. The second part, which is more related for this discussion, is what we call the NASDAQ Digital Asset Suite. So that's where we, beyond providing the marketplace capabilities, we're actually able to deliver a streamlined service to cater for the issuance process of an asset, to digitalize and create tokens of assets that are meant to be traded. Then we can upload them into our already proven universal matching service to be efficiently traded and do price discovery between the buyers and the sellers. And then once the buyer and sellers has agreed on the match, it will be by default immediately settled on the R3 Corda enterprise infrastructure. And then finally, we manage the custody of those assets directly on that same distributed infrastructure using R3 Corda. So that's what we call the NASDAQ Digital Asset Suite, which is, I think, primarily geared for this session. So wherever you have the interest to start to issue, digitalize and issue and tokenize different types of assets, we can do that in this platform as a service. You don't need to bother about setting up or buying hardware or bothering about the technical operations. That is all managed and taken care of by our efficient team, spread globally and in a 24/7, 365 fashion. And then we can add on our matching end technique to that, and then we can ensure the immediate settlement and the custody of those assets. So this is very much about, facilitating the creation of efficient marketplaces for tokenized assets with a complete ecosystem of services. So we're walking down from the issuance to matching to settlement. And I think when talking about settlement here, it's a highlight here, which I firmly believe in, is that it's required that you both are able to manage the issuance of a security of a token, and if you can at the same time also manage the payment side, the payment arm, you have reached a nirvana, so to say. Because that's where you, through the technology, through the Corda enterprise solution, we can then atomically guarantee the swap of that I will receive the goods and the seller will receive the payments in return for the goods. So that both the seller and the buyer can be very sure that the goods will be delivered at the same time as the money is changing hands. So by that, you are significantly reducing the delivery versus payment risk that we are normally see in established marketplaces today. Also, the custody function is very important here to ensure that we can have a safe and trustworthy way to keep track of essentially the keys controlling the assets here and the holdings on the blockchain-based layer. So what we do here, everything of this we can offer as a streamlined service through one harmonized user experience and also through one discoverable API. And we're working closely with partners, especially with R3 here, to see then how we can move this forward in a good way. So let me then show you a little about what the system looks like that we have developed as of today. So a quick run through of the demo here, how it's set up and how I can give a quick demo to you here. So I will be able to, what we've done here, we've created a network of I think it's 6 different nodes. So you have an investor, for example, called Ben in this example, that sits on one node and controls the node there, manage the custody of his assets residing in his wallet. We have a security issuer that we call Ivan, that has the ability to issue a type of security. We also have a digital CSD here that more or less can perform registrar activities here, so that you can do asset servicing towards the community. We also have a liquidity provider that could potentially be a bank, that could be a settlement coin, or it could be a SWIFT transaction representing a payment to occur on the system. What we've done here, we actually model out, so we have one token represent the security and another token representing the payment side. So through that, we can guarantee the deliverance of payment in this same network. And then we have a second investor called Alice in this example that can buy and sell assets then on the marketplace. So on the top here, we have a marketplace where we have added in our already proven matching engine technology, so we can provide universal matching 24/7 throughout the year. And we can support different types of market models when it comes to providing matching services. We also added in our surveillance solution because we see it's very important for marketplaces to guarantee the trust and integrity of the markets here. And all of this we built in a rather generic way, I would say, so we can manage multiple types of assets. We can set up and create multiple types of markets. And also we have actually been able to list multiple types of currencies. You can have US dollars, you can have euros, you can have Japanese yens, etc., Swedish kronas, to be listed and hosted on the platform here. So, and done that through different types of liquidity providers. So let me then run through the demo here. As you can see in the middle, we have a couple of smart contracts running here to manage the custody of the asset. We have smart contracts to run the issuance process. And smart contracts, I mean, they're all Cord apps here built directly on the R3 Corda platform, and also to manage the deliver as a payment. So I'll show you a demo on 4 different steps here. The first one being the issuance of assets, where we can digitalize them. We can issue units of assets, and we can actually do a quick show on a cap table management, where the investor can view who is actually holding the various tokens on my behalf, or who are the beneficial owners here. And then I'll show you and log in as Alice, as an investor, that can place orders directly into the matching engine. That will then be immediately settled and matched. And then we can prove how you can do the deliverance payment in one atomic transaction. And the final part is more or less looking through the custody part here, how we do the wallet management, and also how you can ask a liquidity provider, a bank, for example, that you would like to withdraw a couple of dollars from the blockchain system and put them back as fiat currencies onto your savings account, as an example. So let me see here now. Everything of this is now run out of the cloud, offered as a service. So I'm connecting now directly into the cloud. So hopefully it should work if I click the link here. Okay, so here we've come to the login page for the Digital Asset Suite. And this is a web interface that logs in directly to one of the Corda nodes, dependent on who you are that it logs in here. So obviously, depending on who I am, I will be logged into different nodes here. So let's start to log in as Ivan. So Ivan is here, is defined as an issuer that can issue assets onto the Corda network. So as this is a demo environment, we can see then that he already has quite a few assets that he has listed under his own name. We also have a few details of the asset class, the single name, and how many units of the asset that has been issued. But let's directly get into how we can create an asset. So let's say we want to issue a Corda token conference ticket asset as an example. We could call it maybe an equity here, and with a single subclass of the equity. And here then I more or less create the first digitalization of the Corda token representation. And we can see at the bottom here, I just created the Corda token conference ticket here, more or less. And let's say I then want to issue a number of units of that Corda token. So let's say we have 50,000 tickets being issued for this Corda conference. And we can also then, as an issuer, I can also, if I want, decide to either create an order book directly to be able to offer this for primary market trading, or I can say that maybe we already have a couple of tickets that should go with 2 different investors I have registered in the system. I put them on one of their investment accounts, and let's say that investor A should get 5,000 shares of this token. So there I transfer then 5,000 of the shares has been allocated then to Alice's account. I can do a similar request then and transfer to Bob on his account. I can transfer maybe another 10,000 shares of this. So in total we have 15,000 of the shares allocated, and then still 35,000 are unallocated and is still in the possession of the issuer. So through this, I can then also show a cap table management view, where I can easily have a list of all the various investors that holds my tokens, so to say. So we got Alice owning 5,000 and B as Bob owning 10,000 of the tokens. And the last thing that we have enabled currently in this user interface is the ability to also request an order book to be created. So here I can send a request to the market operator and tell them I would like to have the Cordacon token enabled on the marketplace. I would like it to be denominated in euros. And please, can you put it on the demo market, as this is a demo environment, and it should belong to the equity segment. So here I send in a request to the market operator for them then to create an order book. And then I can follow the progress. When their market operator has accepted the creation of the order book, I would also get an enabled flag here for the token. So this kind of just a brief show of how simple a process can be for digitalize security, issue number of units to that security, and also be able to already in advance allocate some, if not all of those tokens to different holders of the asset. So the next step here is where I then log out as the issuer, and instead I log in as Alice. So Alice, she will log into a different node that she possesses, and as she's registered as an investor, she then has a different view coming in here. So she can view her wallet, or as we call it here, my accounts. So we can see the various assets that she actually has the possession of. So different real estate tokens, equity tokens. Here, and we can see our newly created Cordacon that we created, being an equity, where she has then 5,000 units already in her wallet. And on the right-hand side, we also have some recent activities going on. We can also plot the portfolio history for our whole wallet. And we can also scroll down and see that she does have some cash on her accounts as well. So all of this is represented and resides on her Corda node. Within her wallet and under her custody. The next step here is to show how we can actually also get a direct view of the marketplace, where different tokens has been made available as order books and therefore been made available for trading. So we can see a list of the various order books and the currency they're denominated in, and also the prices that currently sits with the market. So I can already, from this display, buy or sell assets as I like. I can filter into different types of market if I want to zoom in on a specific market. And then the third view that we currently have enabled here is what we call the asset view, where you can go in and in detail have a look on a specific token and the information behind that token, all the parameters, how many shares has been issued, etc., and information about the company. We can also support the investment decision here through a price history curve. And we can also filter out relevant news that relates to exactly this asset. So we can have a news feed coming in where we support investors in taking a good investment decision. We can also, if there is of an interest, connect into other communities. I mean, discussion communities, maybe like a Teams community here for discussions going on related to this specific asset. And also here we can have a detailed view on the order book and the market levels that represents the current orders in the market. And we can see a yellow lantern here that indicates that I actually have a resting order myself in the order book at the price point of 36. but it seems like no one is really willing now to trade off on the 36. So let's instead say, I actually want to try and see if I can sell for the price of 35 instead. So I put in that I would like to sell 35, and let me say I want to sell 25 units of this real estate investment trust token. So I can push the submit order, and then we can see how the order has been accepted. We can actually see how we immediately got the deal closed and the asset transferred, and how the bid volume decreased from 75 into 50. So I can then go back to my account and see what happened here. And the first thing is that we can see that
are instrumental in generating momentum for commercialization, then the actual technology or any of the functional proof points that we so very carefully confirmed in the process of developing the solution. It is this story that matters the most. But first, I'm going to give you my one woman's history of how we got here. And I'm not going to go over this content in detail, and in a perfect world, this would have built to the right. But suffice it to say, as you all well know, Bitcoin appeared in October 28 of 2008 at the height of a global financial crisis. I'm a product person, and at this time, I was very busy building retail digital money movement solutions for the bank. And so I definitely took notice of this new method for value exchange that had emerged, and I wondered if this could be something for the bank. And eventually, I connected with the technology leads at the bank doing the R&D around it. And, you know, in the 2014 timeframe, we were watching the Bitcoin market volatility, seeing things happen there that were frankly a little alarming. And so like most banks, we concluded that Bitcoin wasn't for us at this time. But then there was this absolute explosion of new protocols, because while it wasn't necessarily at the time about cryptocurrencies for banks, it was absolutely about this new transaction paradigm that could rewire financial services. So then everybody got into the game, even Swift, with their Nostro Account Reconciliation Services POC. And that was something that we, Wells Fargo, actually contributed to the community based on an experiment we ran with another bank. And R3 was absolutely the rallying point for many banks. Some went on their own, and others tried to make it about Ethereum and still are. But you know, also meanwhile, at this time, 2017, many, many more cryptocurrencies were launched, which was frankly a head scratcher for us. And at the peak in December 27 of the ICO craze and Bitcoin reaching almost 20K, suddenly it looked like maybe banks aren't the only things that can be too big to fail. But in 2018, you know, where we all hunkered down to really hone in on the commercialization and business opportunity, Wells Fargo absolutely solidified the concept to create operational efficiencies in our global branch network. And that was through an internal settlement service for cross-border book transfers. We pre-announced our plans to pilot this. We called it Wells Fargo Digital Cash. And that same year, many, many other solutions were announced, some with caution and success, and others not so much. Central bank digital currencies became a for reals thing because, well, like I like to say, nothing unites like a perceived common enemy. And in 2020, we see what are now many mature solutions coming to market and gaining market traction. And we're pleased to note in February in New York that even Paxos made up with the DTCC to launch their equity settlement solution. I say this all to point out that it's remarkable momentum for something that's only been around for about 10 years, and some protocols even less. And we're absolutely strategically committed and investing in bringing more DLT-based solutions to market in the coming year. So with that said, you know, the experimentation process that led us to the product market fit was very iterative and highly collaborative. So Wells Fargo was very active in the early projects looking at cash transactions on a distributed ledger. And all experiments led us to conclude that the key is to have settlement finality in the system in a manner that improves liquidity and was not a drain on it. And at this time, we connected with a line of business partner that was implementing a suite of global liquidity management services. That's what GLM stands for. And these services were meant to facilitate multi-currency cash pooling and sweeps across our global branch network. And due to a combination of logistical factors like time zone, batch processing, operating windows, et cetera, some of the potential benefits were not able to be fully realized. And we sense that the combination of our R&D around cash transactions on a distributed ledger and the combination of GLM would certainly prove very powerful. So first, we experimented by enabling GLM to issue settlement instructions on a shared ledger between the global branches, and we stubbed out any of the actual use of cash tokens. This was very compelling and enough to drive us to a second POC where we absolutely did that. We actually settled the transactions using an issuer model for cash on ledger. And this absolutely proved to uniquely enable additional settlement services in the global branch transaction network for specific transaction type that no other solution could achieve. And it's very simple how it works. And the key is that it's part of the system of record. So it's a utility to our system of record to issue and use digital to cash tokens as needed for specific types of transactions, not all. And those transactions are the internal cross-border book transfers. So branches pledge a certain portion of their operating funds to the issuer, and the issuer holds the funds as collateral. That's pretty standard. The issuer, in turn, represents the pledged funds one-to-one as digital cash on the network for each branch. And again, GLM is that payment engine which processes the transactions, completes all compliance checks, etc. We're not reinventing the upstream payment engine. And then it sends the target transactions into this network. Very specific, again, subset of transactions. And Wells Fargo Digital Cash, again, is a utility of the payment engine, which is the system of record. And it allows for that free exchange of the digital representation of cash between each branch without the use of third parties, without ever leaving the bank, and without the restrictions of the batch processing and other traditional operating windows. So the solution really allows the branches to receive real-time value settlement between each other. And in turn, the branches can now give real-time credit to client Nostro accounts. All right, explaining how it works and what the product benefits are turned out to not really matter so much as why. And the how statements and the what statements, honestly, in most executives' minds, begs the question why, especially when it comes to crossing the great divide between research and development and commercial product development and operations. There's a big divide there that we have to cross and convince. So to do this, we now tell the story of why we are talking about digital cash first. And then we talk about what role we want banks to have in this new era of digital cash, and finally, how we plan to get there. Okay, all stories have a simple situation, complication, question, answer framework. And our situation is that we're experiencing the digital transformation of money. Digital money is highly programmable and controllable. Our complication is that anyone can create a digital representation of money and create any utility with it. And the question for us is, well, what happens to my business if other parties create and invent more efficient denominations of digital money? What happens then? And the answer is, if other more efficient solutions become available, our current business will be at risk. So this story definitely gets people's full attention. And with that full attention, we can then start to talk about what we should do about it. So what should we do about this situation? What role do we want banks to play with digital money? Rather than seed new digital payment services to fintech disruptors and those with extensive digital networks already, as clearly intended by Facebook and the Libra project, we feel commercial banks should strategically invest in modernizing their payments and platforms and become the purveyors of digital money. We also believe it is vital to engage in the dialogue around central bank issued versions of digital money to advocate for the stability of the existing market structure while also driving fundamental improvements in operations and settlement services. And finally, the idea that commercial banks could eventually own the programmability of a digital US dollar and its distribution for many market uses is extremely compelling, because this would competitively position us to better meet customer needs, better meet customer expectations, while also maintaining market structure and improving services. So now we finally get to talk about how. And we feel Wells Fargo Digital Cash is absolutely a foundational step towards this desired future state. It will simply improve the Wells Fargo wholesale customer experience for global money movement with a wider operating window to improve liquidity and balance sheet management. It's very pragmatic. This adoption pattern also makes sense to us basically because of our unique position in the global payment services market. Applying a solution internally first will allow us to develop the required technical, legal, regulatory, and operational skill sets. And then once that is established, Wells Fargo will have the optionality to leverage digital cash and other services, and we can expand the capability bilaterally. And then finally, with standards that will eventually emerge, we could eventually become a network of networks that ultimately creates that new infrastructure for programmable money services. So our overarching goal is to achieve near-term customer benefits as well as long-term optionality. And this is not just for Wells Fargo. It is also for our fellow community of financial institutions and strategic financial services partners. So thank you for joining me today to discuss Wells Fargo Digital Cash for global payment services. I welcome your feedback and comments on this topic as we continue to work towards a future with efficient new programmable money solutions. Thank you, and I look forward to the Q&A.
payment industry. And I would like to share some of my thoughts, our journey while innovating the money transfer business with Corda. So let me start by telling you a little bit about MoneyGram. MoneyGram is a global leader in a P2P payments and money transfer business. We are present in 200 countries and territories, and we have around 380,000 locations worldwide, out of which 70 countries we have a digital presence, courtesy of our digital transformation, which we have spent last several years moving from our traditional um, channels to the digital channels through our MoneyGram app and the MoneyGram website, which is the MoneyGram Online. So as you can understand, we are have a huge scale to deal with, and we are constantly looking for opportunities to improve, innovate, and make the technology experience better for our customers. Uh, Innovation is very deep rooted at MoneyGram. We have innovation lab where we try out a lot of new things, make sure that they fit into the business model, make sure that the technology is lined up with what the solutions we are looking for, and then proceed from there. As you will see in the brief journey which I'll share with you, that's exactly what we have done with Corda. So let me start sharing with you what were our challenges or opportunities, which turned into opportunities as we were working with Corda. The key challenges which face us today are the number one being data sovereignty. Data sovereignty is becoming a bigger challenge with every passing day, because uh, each country is passing their own regulations, which deal with the data localization of their citizens and where the data should be stored, and hence that uh, leads us to think about how can we create a distributed model of processing these transactions versus some of the traditional models. The second opportunity we had was to start looking at reinventing our state management, transaction state management. Um, and we are looking for a solution which can really help us that and usher into this new era where we are entering with our digital transformation. Reconciliation and settlement was the third aspect we were really looking for, uh, because we spend a lot of time, energy, money, and people on making sure that everything is reconciled between us, our partners, our agents, and of course our customers. And that takes a lot of resources us from away. And if we find a solution which can help us do that better, we can channel some of those resources in better places. And tying into that was also our fourth opportunity to have a shared reporting, a set of immutable data which is trusted by all the parties involved in the transaction, and that can lead to a shared reporting and also provide us some efficiencies there. Again, we spend a lot of time, money, and energy there on solving some of these problems. So these were some of the challenges we started our conversation with, and looking for a solution which can help, a technology which can help. And as I shared, we truly invest in new technology, trying to better the experience of everyone involved with MoneyGram, MoneyGram's customers, our agents, our partners. We partner with some big brands all across the world, and they truly appreciate when we find a technology solution which makes their and our lives a little bit easier. So let me share with you how conceptually we saw that these problems and challenges we have can be turned into opportunities in the new model. We really wanted to harness the power of distributed computing, which is now available to us across the world very easily, definitely powered by cloud. We also wanted to see what is best, what processing is best, makes sense to be close to the point of entry or a point of sale, as we call it. And also look at definitely stripping away or keeping away the identity information from the transaction information so that I can store them in different places, I can operate them on different bases, and definitely tokenize the identity information so that I can definitely use these two pieces of information which were intertwined for us in different way. Compliance also has two aspects to it. There is an aspect of compliance which is very local, what is driven by the local laws, regulations, and the compliance which we do centrally and applies to everything. So it would make sense to have some of that computing spread across nodes as well. Working with the R3 teams and our internal teams, we really thought this is a blueprint of the solution to some of the aspects I touched upon can really help us. As you can see here, our main business is money transfer and P2P payments from one part of the world to another. We want to do it as fast as possible. We want to make it as affordable as possible and give the best user experience both to our agents and to our on our direct to consumer channel. So what you can see here clearly in front of you, some of the aspects we really thought about was how can I separate the processing on a country by country basis as much as possible, as much as needed. Also keeping the identity, the data localization challenges, and managing those by keeping the data in the right place. And also have some global shared services like compliance, like the access for regulatory bodies, for security purposes, and make sure that that's available to every part of the processing engine. So this is the model we thought would work for us by creating multiple nodes, and of course those nodes connected across the world. And we launched into first a proof of concept, which was just to do a basic screening, and I'll share some of our journey in the coming slides, where we did a brief proof of concept just as a basic screening of technologies. And once that was promising, we really launched ourselves into a POT, or a proof of technology, where we actually went and built some pieces built on Corda and made sure that we can truly do these things which look very promising in our proof of concept. So this was the journey I was talking to you about. We started about 18 months ago working with R3 in our innovation lab, where we truly try some of our newest technologies which we encounter, which come to us, and depending upon what challenges we are trying to resolve or what opportunities come our way, we try them out in our innovation lab for a brief time and look at the basics and how they fit into the MoneyGram stack. We had a very good experience in the proof of concept stage, where we built using some of the basic features at a very high level, and connected those, and it looked great. And that's where we launched into the what we call as our development stage of the proof of technology. We really took some of the most challenging parts of our stack. Example, the state engine, the state machine we have, as our transactions go from one state to another state, depending upon how and what business flow they follow. So we started coding on Corda and trying to replace some of those basic state model, which would give us as an output um, the data, which we can share with our partners in a trusted way. It's make sure it's immutable, and also solve some of our data localization, data sovereignty issues. So we divided this into two phases. We started by doing a deep on-site workshop with the team, which was extremely helpful for us to understand what we can do in depth, and also help uh, R3 understand what our business is and where they could. They suggested a lot of things which we adopted during our on-site workshop. On completion of the phase one, which was totally focused on data sovereignty and data localization, we moved in deeper into replacing the state engine uh, by doing a proof of technology on that. We were hit by COVID. Some of our activities moved from in person to remote, but we kept working. And we're still on that journey, and we have really some very important and very powerful and very promising results coming out as out of our proof of technology. So I wanted to go a little deeper on this, but I would invite our head of architecture, Nitin Jaiswal, to walk you deeper into our technology stack. But I just wanted to give you a brief overview and then hand it over to him. And the picture is self-explanatory, but I just wanted to briefly say we have several points of entry or points of sales, depending upon what part of the world we are in, what business model we are in, and what channel are we working through. And then, of course, we have a lot of services uh, which are orchestrated together, um, creating several business flows, and and at the top, all our points of entry use the same APIs which we give our partners to work with. So essentially, whether we build our internal point of sale, or we provide technology to our partners, everything is powered through the same API, and that what helps us to keep everything below the API very consistent, depending of irrespective of what channel you're coming from. Are you going to a MoneyGram POE, or you're using one of our partners' POEs? And then below that, of course, you will see uh, we have the ledger layer, which gives us all the advantages of Corda. But you will see on the right-hand side, Corda uh, that's the portion where we replace some of the parts as part of our proof of technology to use the power of Corda. So with that, I will hand over the baton to Nitin to walk you through each of our use cases and how we used Corda in that aspect. Thank you.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Um, my name is Nitin Jaiswal. I'm the head of enterprise architecture at MoneyGram. I just want to share that this is the exciting times at MoneyGram. Not only we are transforming the technology stack, but also we are building new business models on top of those technology stacks. So um, great. Thank you, Rajiv, for kind of handing over. I would kind of go back to that same slide and kind of talk a little bit on the POT journey. And with that, I think what we are really focused on two main things, which is our orchestration layer, which will enable us for faster integrations, and our transport um, uh, and our ledger layer that will help us build that trusted, transparent view that we can use to provide the shared data to our partners and agents to enhance our reconciliation process. Uh, Jumping right into the POT. So this is where the rubber meets the road. For the POT, we had set ourselves with the following objectives. There, like Rajiv alluded, there are business objectives that we have set up, which is how do we enhance our data localization capabilities and develop those? And how do we reinvent our integration capabilities and transform them from point to point to more of a network like? And really how do we overcome the operational challenges around reconciliation and reporting capabilities. And on top of that, the second part of the problem is Coda a technology fit? Does it provide the state machine that we need? Is it event driven? Because at MoneyGram we have event driven architecture all over that has services that are calling each other based on the events. So how does the Coda fit right into that? And of course, with our cloud journey, we want to make sure that's cloud ready, containerized, and should be able to kind of leverage that more of a plug and play. Let's jump right into from the conceptual model to more of a kind of a network layout. How do we saw this POT coming? MoneyGram's OLTP environment as of today, as we saw, it's more centralized. Now we want to come out of the centralized model to more of a distributed model, which is, if you look at the bottom half of the slide, we have reimagined the MoneyGram OLTP environment. If you look at different regions, there are three regions in that, which one is Ireland, one is US, one is India. In this POT, what we were simulating is a send from Ireland happens, and the processing happens in US for some of the services, and then is receive event happens in India, and how the data is localized in those regions. Also on the top half, if you see, we have also built a partner like OLAP, like an analytics environment, where we will be sharing the real time data as the transactions are processing and they are changing states, so that we can get the shared view that we talked about on a ledger that's immutable and can benefit both the parties from the reconciliation and quick settlement process. So the proof of technology has multiple facets. The first one is the decentralization of the PII data. Data privacy and data sovereignty landscape is changing, it's evolving. Rules of the data movement for processing are also changing. What we demonstrated with this is, because we don't have a full requirement for every sovereign country, but at the very minimum, what we saw would give us flexibility in terms of building solutions as the law change, and be able to conform to those. Is if we have the ability where we can retain locally the PII data and a token mapping of the transaction that data is associated with, that can be shared on a DLT ledger. And I think we demonstrated this one very well. We were like, in the previous slide, I talked about how the Ireland node was doing the send, so the data for the Ireland sender is stored in um, that region, and the receiver in India is also able to. We are able to store that regional data in that region node. And a couple of other things that comes as part of the compliance in the law is the data retention and data purging. So there are certain things about how long you can keep the records. So we also displayed that we have the ability to kind of purge the data when the time comes and kind of meet those requirements as needed. Moving to the next one, and I think Rajiv touched on this quite a bit. So if you look at it from the money transfer point of view, state machine is something that defines how the transactions are completed or done. So some of the examples here, as you see, it's validate, it's non-funded transaction. Now it's funded. It could be received after that, or it could be on a hold and stop based on the parties involved and the nature of that business. So what we wanted to do was see if we can possibly provide that state machine on a ledger that's immutable, and maybe extend it to our partners and agents, so that we have a shared view of that ledger as well in terms of the transaction state. Second thing it does for us is it provides a very refined audit trail of a transaction from from the inception to the end. So I think that helps in our overall money transfer process, and I think happy to report that it was done very successfully, and we are able to achieve this goal as well. Number 3 and 4, we briefly touched on that: reconciliation and settlement, as well as the transparent reporting. I think this one is very close to my heart, because I think we are leveraging the power of a distributed ledger technology that builds that trust between parties. This is again a conceptual view that we talked about in the network diagram. Partner A node and MoneyGram node are in sync with the data, and they are always have the shared view, which is trusted and notarized. And what it does for us is we can really overcome the reconciliation process. We don't have to reconcile. And on top of that, if we put the transaction state on it, so any given point in time, we know which transactions are completed and which are settled without having to go through massive reconciliation process where teams are working back and forth on or bulk transaction or or individual transaction level. So I think this is very, very powerful for us, and that enables that transparent reporting that we talked about, because it does not matter whether the partner does the reporting on their node or our node, or we share that report, it's going to be the same, right? I think it is super powerful from that perspective, and I think we were able to kind of demonstrate that as well with the partner OLTP and OLAP environment that we were sharing the data with, and having that shared view and created that shared view that help us. So from that perspective, I think this kind of is where we are from the POT perspective, but I think we are not done yet. There are a couple of aspects that we are working on currently, is going down to the details of more of non-functional requirements. We want to make sure we are bringing the technology that can scale to the needs of MoneyGram, that can be resilient, that can kind of take the volumes that we have on a given day and not have any impact on the consumers or partners or our agents or our internal teams. So we want to make sure that we test out this thoroughly and able to build a robust set of technology stack on the very promising technology that we are talking about. This is the final and the last slide, and all these efforts would have not been possible without the R3 team. That's been a true partner to us. What we did with the POT has we have combined the best mind in the company on that understand the remittance and the settlement processes with the Coda team, and they came out with the solutions that will help us for future. I think with that, it's been an exciting journey. Like I said, we are embarking on a technology as well as transformation journey from the business model's point of view. And I'm really, really excited to share this with everybody. And I hope this information that we have shared with you helps in your journey as well. Thank you so much.
Really fruitful relationships that we're building out of this innovation program. So I want to thank you guys. I will just let you a final remark of each one of you to finalize the session. And we can, again, following the same sequence as always. For Victor, your final remarks.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel. it is a pleasure to be part of Cordacon. I invite you all to also to watch the session about Gavi and how we're innovating and breaking inefficiencies in the commodities in industry and creating a digital exchange using Corda. It will be a pleasure to have you watch the other session too. And again, if you're a startup, you get inside, you have a good idea, and you're gonna get any impact on the financial industry, go ahead, sign up for Lyft, get closer to Corda if you're planning to use blockchain, and be successful. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, Rubens.
Yeah, I just would like to thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, part of the Cordacon. I would like to thank again the Central Bank for the opportunity of working together with them in the Lyft project, and thanking R3 for the opportunity and the partnership that we have. So I invite all to know a little more about BluePay at bluepay.com.br. Thank you.
Fernando.
Thank you for inviting me to attending the Cordacon. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this event. It was great to talk about Lyft program, Lyft initiatives, and Synergy project. Thank you again.
Okay, so with that, we conclude this session. And again, a big thank you for all of you guys for attending the invitation and helping on this event. Okay, so thank you, Rubens, thank you, Victor, thank you, Fernando, and all companies. And again, thank you for attending the session. Hope you keep well and keep safe in your home. Bye-bye.
that's stronger, lasts longer. Energizer Max.
So my final prediction is that Donald Trump
Alrighty. So guys, we got a 30-minute break. What is up, everybody? Welcome to Cordacon. Part 2. We had an earlier stream, but for some reason that stream started falling out. We started restreaming here. Guys, thanks for everybody tuning in. Let me shift over my computer. Get more in front of the light here. Alright. Welcome, welcome. So, while this 30-minute break's going on, let's just hang out. Gonna play some music. Give me a sec. How's everybody doing out there, by the way? Guys, welcome. Thanks for the support. 17 likes. All of you guys are amazing. The Blue Crew in the house. Appreciate you, RPM. RPM, future planet owner. Guy's setting himself up for the future, man. People in the Blue Crew see the future. The future is bright. Guys, what's up to the 6 viewers? Who are the 6 people lurking? Who are the 6 people watching? What's up, everybody? While we're waiting for this 30-minute break for R3, we'll come back to R3. R3 is still streaming, guys. Don't worry about that. We're going to be going back to the agenda here. So far, so good. Guys, the news about XTC, it's definitely making XTC move. Let's see where XTC is at. So you have in the past 24 hours, you got 12.69, 12.71. It's just moving, man. It's going up. It's at a sideways consolidation right now since last night, I think. Wait, let me see. Yeah, since last night. Yeah, a lot of liquidity coming from IDEX and Hotbit. Yeah, BitTrue. A lot of BitTrue owners for XTC right there. Got to get some more XTC, man. What was its all-time high? Let's look at the chart for it. By the way, I was looking at the chart here for BTC. We're hitting the top of our channel right here that we've kind of created for some time. We got to close above this and then get a really, good breakout towards the upside, and hopefully not get a weak breakout that could possibly bring us back in here. So still not out of the woods just yet, but it is really nice to see us above this level of resistance right here at 11,919. Let's stay above that. Let's close above that, and let's close above this channel. That's for sure. This could be setting itself up for actually a pretty nice moonshot up, right? To 15K is my target. 15K, guys. That'll be nuts. Bull time confirmed at 15K. Oh, my bad. My bad. I gotta transition over. What's up? I gotta transition over. So, we're looking at the chart here for BTC. Hitting the top of the channel here, as you guys can see. Oh, snap. We got a new subscriber. Jordan Andre. Or Gordon Andre. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for subscribing. The Jesus is dancing for you, my man. So we're hitting the top of the channel here on BTC. Could get rejected. Good to see it around this point of resistance, but as you can see, it's just fighting around here. If it gets rejected, you do have the possibility of it coming back down to 11,500. We want to break out of this channel and break out of it in a strong way. It is set up to do so. My target is maybe at the top of this channel, and that's where we can start seeing the consolidation. So around 14,500 and 15,000. Guys, 7 viewers, 17 likes. Appreciate you all tuning in. We're going to be going back soon, very soon actually, to Cordacon. It's a 30-minute break, so we're just hanging out with the Blue Crew, looking at charts in the meantime. Thanks for tuning in. How's everybody doing? Alright, so let's check out XDC. I don't know if we can even check out XDC on TradingView. Nope. Hopefully the music's not too loud for you guys. Alright, so here we are with Zinfin, dude. Hit the deepest point of retracement, breaking back above resistances, breaking back out. Man, what a consolidation from Zinfin since August. Now you got your breakout towards the upside. And I still got these targets at 008. Basically would be just shifting these over. Give me a sec. It's going to be your targets right here for Zinfin. In due time. Like, don't expect this to happen like right where I place it. It can happen over here. But in due time. Love seeing that freaking bullish candle, man. Really nice to see. We've seen it before right here, but not in this. You could tell that it's just been so much consolidation, so much selling pressure. I wish I had more indicators on these charts here to look at. But you're trending above the VWAP considerably. Very bullish times for Zinfin. And still a good low entry, man. We're talking about all-time high hitting a penny. And it's still at 0049, 005. Right? Such a bright future. And then over here, you know, possibly hit 2 cents and more, right? We're expecting a lot from this coin, without a doubt. And congratulations to the Zinfin community out there. Has Richard Crook spoke yet? See, maybe. Let me check it out. What's up? Yeah, let me check out the agenda. Alright, so far nothing going on yet, but Richard Brook, you're asking? Richard Crook. Alright, we're looking at it. We're scrolling down. We got Richard Parker right here. Got Tim Grant, Joel Dudley. No, Richard. I don't think. Maybe this guy? Nope. Richard Wainwright. Oh, Richard Crook. Yeah, he already spoke. He already spoke earlier. I'm sure it's on either this live stream or the other one that was there previously. So what we have left over is basically corporate innovation, how big companies, let me see, how big companies can help startups succeed. We're going to definitely be choosing this one to tune into. DTCC's digitization strategy, because we've been following this guy Robert Palatnik for some time. that's awesome that that's the next interview, guys. So we'll definitely be tuning in for that one. Yeah, we've been following DTCC, their involvement with Hyperledger, their involvement with R3. Robert Palatnik, big player in this whole thing. Opportunities in a DLT network. That's going to be a good one for right after. And then accelerate the potential of 5G with blockchain. Good way to end the day. Probably won't check out the daily rewind and highlights. I mean, maybe, why not? You know, why not? It's Cordacon, right? Let's see what the highlights to these people were. Oh, see, maybe. No worries, man. You're part of the Blue Crew, dude. Blue Crew is awesome. Legendary, what's up, man? Ooh, Brazil assets. I'm liking that bullishness on XDC right there, my man. Brazil assets saying XDC is going to be huge. I just wish I had a better way to store it, right? Legendary noob. I mean, I'm excited for, you know, XRP, XLM, XDC, of course, but HBAR, Algo, XTZ, right? Tezos. This digital asset space is amazing, guys, and we're just trying to find the real boats, because if all boats are going to rise, you know, which one are the real boats and not just paper boats? Which ones are not even a paper, right? And they're just like a project of a coin that's listed on there and they're just taking your money. Rest in peace, XFi. Official link, I'm sorry, man. I hope you learned a lesson from it, though, man. I hope you learned a lesson. And it did hit 50 bucks. It did hit 50 bucks. So I was right, dude. Those small cap coins, man, you got to be careful with small cap, man. I mean, technically all of this is small cap coins, but that's what I'm saying. It's like you really got to look into this company's history, the people who are connected to it. I understand a lot of it is fun for the speculative play because you can make money off the speculative play and just how the TA is going to work out for a certain coin. Or maybe there's like a listing release, right? And you want to just stock up on a certain coin to take advantage of it getting listed on a new exchange. So, you know, all those things. But at the end of the day, you know, it's your money. People do what they do. They do what's best for them. And we all have learned our lessons in this space for sure. Still got many more to learn as well when we start going into this next bull run. XDC coming to Ledger soon. It's in the works. See, maybe that's great to hear, man. I would love to send my XDC to my Ledger. I only have XDC and XDC wallet. RPM, is that a phone app? The XDC wallet? Brazil assets. Oh, for sure, man. For sure. Well, there's your wrench. Please use it wisely. With it comes great responsibility. But welcome to the Blue Crew, my man. Guys, 8 viewers, 17 likes. Thanks for hitting those likes. Thanks for supporting this channel. To any new subscribers out there, thank you so much. We're about 15 minutes away from seeing the interview here with Robert Palatnik of the DTCC. And you know what? Since we have 14 minutes, let's get a little bit of a briefing here for those who are new to this channel and those who don't know about Robert Palatnik and why we kind of want to focus in on this interview, right? So, let me show you some. Oh, DTCC, there we go. All right, so this guy gave a talk about Hyperledger, DTCC using AWS services, AWS Lambda in particular, and there was recent news about XRP Ledger and developers being able to build on AWS Lambda with the XRPL, right? And then look at this. He even says right here. Oh, come on. Give it back. There we go. Okay, so this line right here, I don't know if you guys remember this, but he said this line. Oh, excuse me. Sorry to your ears. Shit, so sorry. Sorry to your ears. Alright, so check this out.
And move them to AWS. Oh yeah, and we're also building our first blockchain system with the industry on AWS.
Oh yeah, and we're also building our first blockchain system in the industry with AWS. And who's speaking at Cordacon? DTCC members, AWS members, right? My God, guys, I am so sorry for your ears every time. I am so sorry for your ears. But so he's the chief technology architect at the DTCC, but he's also part of the head of Hyperledger, right? I don't know if you guys know what Hyperledger is, but along with Accenture, here's Hyperledger, which is a consortium of blockchains, DLT networks. So Accenture and DTCC are working together, kind of leading the way, like thought leaders right here for the Hyperledger project, which includes blockchains like XRPL, XLM, right? I'm not sure if Zinfin is involved. Perhaps it is. It probably is. Ethereum, right? Chainlink, ADA. Who else is in the Hyperledger consortium? Just a lot of members are in there. GoChain, I think, is involved. I know there's Tyrion, right? Tyrion, TNT, and many more that are part of this. IOTA, HBAR, Hedera Hashgraph. So Robert Palatnik is a big part. We want to know what he has to say because he's part of the Hyperledger consortium. He knows about blockchains. He knows about this internet of value that's coming, this financial future that we're going into. I know I haven't shown you guys too much about his, like, what he looks like and stuff like that, but here you go on. We can look at this really quick 2-minute interview. We got enough time before the next panel comes up for Cordacon. So watch your ears for a second, you guys. So this is Rob Palatnik on Hyperledger from the DTCC.
Robert Palatnik, the Chief Technology Architect and Managing Director of Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, otherwise known as DTCC. And I am leading DTCC's efforts to look at this technology, research its potential, and work with the industry on where the best particular use cases are to apply this technology. We saw the opportunity with this technology and its ability to share information in near real time with perfect
near real time, right? So real time payments, real time information being given, real time transactions.
Security and perfect immutability and perfect privacy between industry participants and create enormous efficiencies in the post-trade processing landscape for the financial community. The
post-trade processing, processes.
The Hyperledger for the financial game, for the financial community. The hyper efficiencies in the post-trade processing landscape for the financial community. The Hyperledger project provided us with a perfect opportunity to contribute back, and as we looked at the different business opportunities and use cases that could leverage this technology, we saw an opportunity to work with the entire industry and with the open source community on finding the right avenues to take advantage of that technology. So DTCC sees the opportunity to leverage this technology to bring about efficiencies, improve risk, improve controls, but tremendously lower costs, because if everyone is using the same exact stack of information, everyone can look at the same exact information and know with confidence that that information that is shared across all the appropriate counterparties to a financial transaction, you can eliminate tremendous costs from the back office processing that exists today.
What does that sound like to you when that whole thing he just mentioned about saving tremendous costs and everybody having the same information stack, everybody having the same data, the same transparency?
Ledger gives us the opportunity to be involved at the beginning, to be in a leadership role, and to bring the interests of the financial markets and really the public investors in making sure this technology is implemented in the most risk organized and the most efficient manner possible.
So that's Rob Palatnik. And if you want to know more about the DTCC, if you don't know about the DTCC, here you go. The Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation is an American post-trade financial services company clearing and settlement services to the financial markets. It performs the exchange of securities on behalf of buyers and sellers and functions as a central securities depository by providing central custody of securities, right? DTCC was established in 1999 as a holding company to combine the Depository Trust Company and National Securities Clearing Corporation, the NSCC. User-owned and directed, it automates, centralizes, standardizes, and streamlines processes in capital markets. Through its subsidiaries, DTCC provides clearance, settlement, and information services for equities, corporate and municipal bonds, unit investment trusts, government and mortgage-backed securities, money market instruments, and over-the-counter derivatives. It also manages transactions between mutual funds and insurance carriers and their respective investors. In 2011, DTCC settled the vast majority of security transactions in the United States and close to $1.7 quadrillion in value worldwide. So DTCC is a major player right here, right? I don't know what it does yearly, but you already know when you're dealing with those numbers, definitely more to look into with the DTCC. And I think we got enough time to go to this. So Ripple, DTCC advisor, right? And I think you even have a DTCC advisor perhaps on Sinfin. I'm not so sure, but this was back in 2015 mining, way back then. You had the former DTCC appointed, a former CEO of the DTCC was appointed as advisor for Ripple Labs, Donald Donahue. So let's look at Donald Donahue really quick. And you'll see how this all connects with R3, Donald Donahue, Ripple, Robert Palatnik. It's going to be a nice little harmony here. Not even planned. But here we go. So look who's here, you guys. Just watch this, man. We'll watch this whole clip.
In the context of financial infrastructure, blockchain technologies could...
Who are these three guys? So right here on the left is Donald Donahue, Ripple advisor. You got Robert Palatnik. Oh snap. And look who's here. David Rudder. This was back in 2016, you guys. So now 4 years later, look at it all coming together. Look at it all coming together on Cordacon. Looking forward to this panel with Robert Palatnik, but let's see if we can watch this full video really quick before the next panel. Here we go.
Process financial transactions by validating, giving effect to, and recording those transactions in distributed ledgers maintained by multiple parties. All these technologies provide both for a shared database, a ledger, and shared rules that govern the validation and recording of transactions. One significant differentiator is whether the shared ledger is open to anyone as a potential validator, as in the Bitcoin case, or whether validation of or access to the ledger is limited only to permissioned parties. But in any of these approaches, the entities maintaining copies of the ledger use an open validation methodology to ensure the integrity of each transaction that is processed. And there is transparency over the ledger, permitting other parties to independently assess its integrity. This concept of sharing the ledger arguably creates greater flexibility for the processing of transactions, reduced expense, and other benefits. There are many other contemplated applications for blockchain technologies, including creating financial assets by means of so-called smart contracts, in which the covenants and payment flows associated with the asset are embedded in code that is executed on automatic rather than through an agent's intervention throughout the asset's life. We may get into some of these visionary concepts as to how these technologies can be applied. As Mike alluded to, I was in his position as the CEO of DTCC throughout the financial crisis of recent years. So however useful blockchain technologies may turn out to be, I've learned firsthand through the fires of 2007, 2008, 2009, that it is absolutely imperative to have transactions flowing through something that can be subjected to central management, preserving the ability to intervene in that flow, to facilitate it, and to protect it where necessary. When the pressures of the 2008 financial crisis repeat themselves, as at some point they unquestionably will, a processing infrastructure that operates completely on automatic without a central managing hand would drive the financial system straight off a cliff. Preserving a central managing hand as an essential design component has to be part of any implementation scheme.
All right, guys. So now you guys have a little bit of a briefing about Robert Palatnik, where he's coming from. And now let's check out Cordacon. Let's get back to it, guys. Man, now looking more forward to this Robert Palatnik talk, right? Here we go. Guys, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hitting those likes. Thanks for any new subscribers. Thanks to the viewers here. You guys are amazing. Appreciate your support as always. So let's check out what we got here with Robert Palatnik. Coming up soon. They usually open it up just 2 minutes before, so we'll see. And all right, here we go. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy. Sorry to your ears, guys.
Hello, and welcome to a conversation about DTCC's digitization strategy. Today, we'll cover how we view innovation, what types of projects we focus on, and what tools and processes we have in place to enable what we're referring to as our rapid proofing framework. Now, before jumping in, it may be worth covering who DTCC is and what DTCC does. This will be relevant for the remainder of the discussion, so let me take a stab at that one. So DTCC is an industry-owned and industry-governed post-trade infrastructure. We're most commonly known as a clearinghouse and central securities depository in the United States. That said, we are a global company with a suite of businesses across various asset classes and parts of the trade lifecycle. We support derivatives, wealth management, insurance, collateral, and other segments. Hopefully that gives you a good idea of the broad spectrum of our coverage and remit overall. With that out of the way, I'd like to briefly introduce my colleague and partner in crime, Rob Palatnik, the Managing Director and Global Head of Technology Research and Innovation for DTCC. Rob, you're a well-known person in the industry. Nevertheless, could you spend a couple minutes just talking a bit about your background and the broader role within the industry?
Thank you, Artem, and I'd be delighted. As Artem mentioned, I am the global head of our Technology Research and Innovation Group. I previously served as DTCC's Chief Technology Architect over the last 12 years. And prior to that, I was responsible for leading the development of many of the systems that we're now trying to modernize. So I am in the unique position of leading the technology efforts to improve and replace systems that I once helped build. I'm really fortunate to be part of an organization that provides critical services to our clients in the financial industry, is owned and governed by our clients, and is expected by our client owners to help lead the technology evolution of our industry. Most relevant to today's discussion, I've helped drive and lead DTCC's progress towards digital processing and our work with distributed ledger technology over the last 6 years.
That's great. Thanks, Rob. Now, let's double click on that just a little bit. And let's talk specifically about your group, its focus and remit, the Technology Research and Innovation Group.
Sure. First, this conversation itself is representative of how closely our team, the Technology Research and Innovation team, works with Artem and his team on evaluating new technologies that can advance our work with clients in the financial industry. The large majority of our work and our budget for research and development is focused specifically on leveraging technology to advance the business opportunities that comes from Artem's business innovation team. Second, our work is aligned with advancing DTCC's information technology strategy. Our team looks at how we can leverage new and emerging technology, such as distributed ledger, cloud, automation technologies, security technologies, and AI and machine learning, all of those on how we could leverage those to advance our strategy. We've recruited a really strong team from inside DTCC that understands our current business services and how our current technology meets those enterprise needs at industry strength for security, resilience, performance, and scale. But also, these are forward-thinking technologists that like to push the edge. We've also brought in new resources from outside DTCC that have deep expertise in the technologies we are evaluating, like distributed ledger. And thirdly, and lastly, our mandate and priority is all about time to market and low cost. The goal is proving the business concept works and should proceed forward, or that the business concept does not work and we could fail quickly and either course correct or end the project and try out a different idea. We have a very strong culture of risk aversion and caution, so getting a team together that understands how to move fast was really a key enabler. And then we spent considerable time removing our institutional speed bumps and friction that have long added cost and time to our ability to evaluate new technologies. Artem, as our partner in this innovation journey, why don't you introduce your group, its role, and complete the circle of how the two groups are driving innovation at DTCC?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for that. I think this will be largely complementary. So let me see, where do we start? Well, let's start from the beginning. So the business innovation team, just like Rob's organization, sits across the entire enterprise, supporting all of the aforementioned businesses that I listed in my opening. We also drive research, ideation, experimentation, product design, and hopefully product launch. Let me unpack that a little bit. So we drive research around emerging technologies, the very same ones that Rob mentioned. But while Rob and his organization focuses on more of the technical aspects, we are looking at it from a business angle. Things like, what is the potential impact of a particular emerging tech when it reaches mainstream adoption? The impact could, of course, be negative or positive. It could be a disruptor or an enabler. We work on forming a perspective on that impact and a perspective on the time horizon. When could this particular scenario come to fruition? And based on that time, we ultimately work backwards and determine what is the right level of involvement for our organization. And that could be continue to research and monitor the space. It's fairly early on. It could be, now's the right time to start to make some more strategic investments in early stage companies, some that are really pushing the boundaries of what this technology could be. It could also involve doing some hands-on experimentation, a proof of technology, for instance, which is precisely where Rob's organization comes in. Now, skipping a few items on that menu, one of the levels of involvement could be to try and launch a brand new product or service into this evolving ecosystem, something that we'll touch upon later in our dialogue. But now, regardless of what type of involvement is deemed appropriate, there's one common denominator that spans both our groups and any one of these steps on that ladder. And that is being able to execute with speed and agility while operating in a large enterprise. Rob, you have a better appreciation for that than anyone. So could you talk a little bit about what you and your team have been able to develop specifically that enables us as two partners to quickly experiment and do so cheaply?
Sure, Artem. Probably obviously, we've started with a cloud-based capability. So we created a development environment in the cloud that allows us to develop outside of the traditional guardrails and boundaries of DTCC. The environment is completely focused on proof of concepts and prototypes of technology solutions that allow us to evaluate whether, one, the business need is met, and two, whether the technology is fit for purpose. We've been able to leverage this new environment because it's outside of those guardrails to easily work with third parties that can quickly customize their solutions to our business requirements. And we've also been able to leverage this environment to work with third-party partners to bring development resources and components to help us accelerate our ability to prototype. During the course of this past year, we've leveraged this environment to build multiple prototypes from start to finish, just in the time it would normally take to go through our onboarding procurement process to bring on a single vendor. We started this environment specifically to work with Artem's team, and we've already leveraged it for multiple projects that his team has driven, including the ION prototype that we are going to be talking about shortly, a private markets prototype that we call Whitney, that we've put out in the press that we're going to be moving forward with. And like any good success, it's been leveraged by other parts of DTCC, try other things out quickly and cheaply before starting the onboarding process and saying, okay, this is some technology we want to bring on and move towards production. So we've tried it out for security tools. Since we've all been working remote over the last number of months, we've been able to use this environment to try out collaboration technology and try out a bunch of things that would have been much more complicated previously to bring on board through our normal process. Now, since I've already touched on some of these new business projects, Artem, why don't you introduce some of those projects more deeply that we're working on to set the stage?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that, Rob. So maybe one step back and we'll dive right in, right? So DTCC has been evaluating the tokenization space for some time, right? Looking at digitization and tokenization as a technology that can ultimately enable the future automation of the asset lifecycle. Given our role in the trade lifecycle, particularly in the post-trade space, that automation obviously resonates with us and our clients. Now, through this exploration, we've identified a variety of opportunities for digitization and evaluated them using our rapid proofing framework. And as Rob mentioned, this framework allows us to develop prototypes and POCs in a very short time frame, and ultimately lets us go beyond the paper exercise and becomes a great model to validate new concepts both on a technical and business level. So in an accelerated manner, we can assess the demand of a particular opportunity in the market to see if there's interest, and ultimately put us in a position to have a shorter path to an MVP, assuming that the demand is there. Two projects that Rob has mentioned, they've ultimately been progressing via this framework and are now being validated with the industry. So Ion and Whitney. Let's start with Whitney for a second. So Project Whitney is our exploration of an opportunity to develop and offer a digital infrastructure for private markets. Quite frankly, this is an area where DTCC doesn't fully operate in today. Ultimately, DTCC has designed and developed an infrastructure that can serve as an abstraction layer for private market issuers and their placement agents, secondary marketplaces, custodians, and other network participants. The abstraction layer can ultimately serve as a common connectivity and integration point, but most importantly, offer a single point of compliance enforcement and restriction validation, all while supporting a variety of public and private blockchain interfaces. We believe that this is probably the most critical component that's currently missing from the private market space. And it's also critical for the continued growth of this ecosystem. Now, Project Ion, on the other hand, is an opportunity to modernize and redesign our current processes, in particular, really looking at what netting and settlement looks like. Now, historically, we've always thought of netting and settlement as two separate capabilities and two separate parts of the trade lifecycle. Within Project Ion, we've partnered with our business to fundamentally redesign that process into a much more integrated system that we believe can drive significant margin efficiencies and enable a more seamless path towards accelerated settlement. Two interrelated components that are crucial for the securities industry. Now, both projects are DLT based, but both projects have undergone a thorough and rather intense market validation phase. Our two groups have spent a considerable amount of time with our clients, assessing demand, refining the design, and tailoring the tech stack for those business and client needs. And the part that's super important, as you know, we are very focused, both our groups, on the technology aspects, but at the same time, our primary focus is on the value proposition and the client demand. And we do select the technology that enables that. Rob, given your role, can you talk a little bit about DLT broadly, but also just our selection process of technology second from a business perspective as well?
Sure, and let me put it in the context of what the overall enterprise is doing and how we're working with our clients on that journey. I mentioned DTCC's technology strategy in my opening remarks, but DTCC is also working on a broader business-driven modernization strategy across many of our core post-trade processing services. This is taking a look at both our traditional services that we've provided and what technology they're running on and how to modernize that technology, but also looking at the ecosystem as a whole and looking at whether we can reimagine those workflows, whether we can create better efficiencies and not just lift and shift technology that used to be running on one platform and move it to another platform and have it do the same exact thing. So while that broad program is really kicking off by starting with business architecture and reimagining future workflows, Ion, Whitney, and some of the other projects that are in that pipeline are aimed at making sure that we're also looking at future-proofing our infrastructure platform and looking at the emerging technology models that are enabling different business type of processes using digital processing models. The technology research and innovation team has been continuously evaluating the different stacks across these different projects. We focused on technology fit for purpose, and especially for the enterprise and industry level requirements that we inside of DTCC and many of our clients in the industry call non-functional requirements. Those are scale, performance, integration with other operational platforms and tools, the scheduling system, the log and log monitoring system, the alerting system that our operations team uses, and of course, security and resiliency, the ability to be resilient to cyber threats, the ability to be resilient to any type of disruption and continue operations is critical to how DTCC serves the financial industry. A few years ago, we conducted a performance benchmark with distributed ledger technology and evaluated its ability to meet the criteria that we have for processing, which at that point in time was an average of about 6,500 transactions per second for our processing day. Since earlier this year, that requirement has more than doubled. But at least a couple of years ago when we ran that benchmark, 6,500 transactions a second was what we were looking for. And of course, whether those platforms could meet some of our basic non-functional requirements in terms of the ability to scale up, scale down, and be resilient if one of the nodes would fail. A few of the platforms, including Corda, were able to meet those basic requirements with appropriate but not insignificant engineering efforts. We expect the industry is going to continue to mature and build out those capabilities. So we got some confidence that the DLT platform itself could be moved to the next step in terms of evaluating whether it was fit for business purpose. We do expect, as many in the industry also do, that there's not going to be one ledger to rule them all. There will be different DLT stacks, different implementations of the same DLT stack. And as a key industry-owned infrastructure, we know that DTCC is going to be expected by our clients to bring our own capabilities and our own governance, our own risk models, and build industry strength networks and platforms. So for our derivatives trade warehouse, our TIW project, we've partnered with a firm called Axoni to build out that application. For our Whitney prototypes, we integrated into different platforms, including Corda, Hyperledger Fabric, and Ethereum. And for the proof of concept for Project Ion, we leveraged a smart contract language called DAML to build our proof of concept in literally 5 weeks. We've now moved on to building out our Ion prototype, and we've chosen to proceed with this phase of the prototype implementation, leveraging R3's Corda for the base DLT platform. We're going to continue to work closely with our clients on that prototype and continue to evaluate. We're going to have multiple checkpoints to evaluate the overall model and the broad use of DLT within that model. Our focus is going to really be on the business value, whether the DLT platform is achieving something that traditional technology platforms cannot achieve, and that whether the maturity of that technology and its capabilities meets all of the requirements from the business perspective and at least starts to poke at those non-functional requirements. It is a prototype, so we're not going to go deeply into the non-functional requirements at this point, but being able to kick the tires a bit and know that there is some ability to scale, there is some ability to meet our resilience and security requirements is going to be part of evaluating this prototype. If the prototype does meet all of the business requirements and provide clear business benefits, we're then going to start planning our road to production, what we call the graduation of the prototype from our research and innovation program onto a road to production. We're very keen to help lead the industry forward to advance the technology where benefits are really clear, but we're, again, not going to push a technology that doesn't have the right business and risk justification.
Such an important point, and I almost want to just double down on that, right? When we as an industry are all past the phase of we are interested in putting anything and everything on the DLT for the sake of putting things on a DLT. So one of the things that we're really in pursuit of right now is the quantifiable benefit to what DLT is uniquely positioned to do. What are the operational risk savings that can actually be achieved? And coming up with that quantifiable argument is going to be the primary thing that drives industry adoption. That will be the core contributor to an internal case for change within every financial institution to ultimately make that leap into a more future-proof technology, DLT being case in point. So with that, as I reflect on our conversation, I think we've covered all of the bases that we wanted to do. Again, a broad array of topics and an introduction to some of the projects that we're doing. So with that, I'd like to thank Rob, thank Cordacon for the participation, and we will be here to take any of your comments or questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committed to making it successful for both counterparties, and that comes down to making from the very beginning clear what the expectations are of the initiative, but also structuring the relationship or the alliance in a way that aligns both organizations in a strategic way.
Yeah, maybe further to that, it's good to hear about the successes, but also maybe good to hear about some projects that went less than great, either at your current organization or something at an organization you were at previously, or you've just seen kind of in the market and read about. Would love to hear kind of your take on why some of those engagements went wrong.
I'm quite happy to go first, and I'll talk in generalities really rather than talking about specific cases. But I think where we've seen stuff not go well is where startups have come in without being able to solve or being able to articulate really clearly what the business problem they're solving is. Maybe they've had a good conversation with a stakeholder, and maybe they've gotten a little bit ahead of themselves. So I think having a really clear understanding of the problem that you're solving, the use case that you're trying to solve for that. I think the other is trying to boil the ocean. MHSBC is an enormous organization. We have a presence in most geographies in the world, and I think where I've seen things go wrong is trying to do too much too soon. So if you're not ready and you're not scaled to do a global rollout, don't try it. Focus on building, getting a really good strong use case done, maybe in your local geography rather than trying to grow too rapidly. And the lastly, I think it's about, and I think Noam touched on it earlier about relationship, is having, not having a really strong exec sponsor. I think, they can do things for you that most other people in an organization can't. They can cut through things, they can get you visibility that in terms of kind of getting into an organization or getting a use case spun up that other people can't. And if you don't have that, and you don't have a clear, you don't have somebody like clearly sponsoring the project, things don't tend to go well in my experience.
Yeah, absolutely. That's funny because I think something we see a lot with the Startups and Venture Development Program is folks coming to us and saying, what's your use case? And it's like financial services or capital markets. And it's like, that's an industry, not really a very defined use case. To your point, there's hundreds of different use cases that we know, our financial services partners and clients of R3 are working on and that are problems internally that they're trying to find solutions for. And as well, a lot of times we have folks come to us who are looking to get introductions to corporate innovation teams such as yours. And we kind of will ask them, is there a stakeholder? Can you tell us either kind of a function, a title for us to make that introduction? It's obviously much more actionable on our end and much more likely that they're going to get the right person at the table. But a lot of times folks really haven't identified that yet. So totally echo and agree with you that that's really the first step, is figuring out like who do you need to talk to internally? Who understands this problem and is feeling it? Anne-Marie, Noam, anything to add there?
Yeah, I think I would add, and maybe it's simply rephrasing it in different words here a little bit, is don't skip steps, right? So a common theme that I've seen in some of the poor engagements or the discussions that don't go anywhere are when a startup is very eager to land the whale-sized deal. And frankly, a bank like BNY Mellon is one where we want to understand what you've already done. What are the use cases you've already solved for? What are the strong capabilities you're bringing to the table, and prove those out. And being able to actually come and exhibit success, and starting perhaps with a smaller engagement. In the big picture, on the long run, we're looking to really develop long-term relationships. So that initial engagement, which may seem a little bit smaller, is really the proving ground to say, hey, this is the value I bring to the table. And from there, the opportunities are endless, right? The opportunities to co-develop, to expand on the coverage of the product. I mean, the growth is not unlimited, but very near unlimited. And that would be my advice on that front. Don't skip steps along the way.
Anna, you're on mute again.
So to add to what just had been said, and from a little bit of a different perspective, I fully echo that if you don't have a strong sponsor somewhere really in the core of the business and not just in the innovation team, it's not going to fly. Because then we do a wonderful POC and we're very enthusiastic, but we still have to go the whole way of actually convincing the firm that it's good for them to work on. So that is very important at the start. I think what we have also encountered very, very often is that startups don't understand what it means to be enterprise grade. All the paperwork they have to be doing before we will actually trust them with our clients and our data. What you very often see is that they're not prepared for that. We even had a startup at some stage who was really a little bit angry with us, and they said, "Have you been pen testing us?" And I said, "Yes, of course we've been pen testing us. What do you think? We don't want you connected to anywhere of our systems if we don't know you're secure." So this is something they should be super prepared for. And I think another thing where we have seen things being super hard is on the AI side, because at some stage, it's easy to do a POC on dummy data, but then you have to get real data, and you have to have something really impactful for the bank, because it's so much work for us to create an environment in which you will have real data, which is secure enough for us to work with you on using our own data. So it has to be super, super impactful. It is so much work to get this done. If it is just a tiny little niche thing with a couple of business rules and a little bit extra flavor, it will be so much easier for us to build it ourselves on our own data than to go through the whole process of a startup actually doing that with us.
Yeah, I want to just pull a little bit and tease out one thread that you were talking a bit about in terms of, finding your internal stakeholder. Obviously, these organizations are huge behemoths with lots of different functions, and there is always a struggle to figure out how do you kind of coordinate across the organization and get buy-in internally, a lot of which is each of your roles in terms of sitting in the innovation function. So I know, Alexander, for example, HSBC, huge organization, incredibly complex, but I understand you have specific roles to kind of help startups navigate that process. Can you tell us about how this works in practice a bit?
Yeah, I think it varies by kind of business line to business line, but broadly, I think I said earlier, we recognize that this has become, critical for us to find to make it easier for these kind of companies to engage with us. So we have, heads of innovation in most of our business lines. We also have a number of teams engaged in, fintech, actually kind of working with fintechs, maybe from a front office side. And then we have, specialist teams. So my previous role, for example, I'm not aware of any other head of fintech procurement existing outside of HSBC. And I think, having those, my kind of guidance for people trying to engage and trying to find the right people in the bank is work your network. Fintech's a relatively small world, and certainly big banks are a relatively small world. Yes, you may not land the right person on the first try, but by and large, people can point you in the right direction. And I think having an understanding, I talked about it earlier, having an understanding of what problem you're solving and who owns that problem. Is it somebody in the technology team? Is it somebody in the, in the commercial bank, for example? I think identifying who owns that issue that you're trying to solve is really critical.
Yeah, maybe similarly, Noam, I know that you guys just kind of launched this new accelerator program, which is a similar initiative to help connect startups to the organization. Can you tell us a bit more about why you created that program, how it works, and what those objectives are?
Absolutely. And so this is another program where, again, like many of the things we're doing, it's all about another tool in the toolbox for how we can engage with the emerging companies, emerging tech companies and startups. And we actually also have, Alex, a head of fintech sourcing. So it's something that we're trying to instill across the bank, like HSBC is doing. For the accelerator program itself, it all starts with identifying the specific business need. So along the lines of that everybody's been mentioning about getting that business sponsor, when we bring in a company, and we want to make sure we are addressing from the get-go, from the onset, we're really all focused on, for the entirety of the program, addressing a real business need that can in turn address a client need. So this program was put together earlier this summer, just launched. The idea is bringing in these companies and helping them accelerate their product roadmap, right? Of course, in the vein of actually delivering products to our clients or delivering solutions that solve the business problems. We, in return, what we're doing is making sure there's a very clear engagement model. So you mentioned, being a big bank can be sometimes a bit difficult to navigate, and we acknowledge that can be the case at times. And essentially, this accelerator program is intended to create what we're calling the guided journey of innovation for these participating companies. Things like collaborating with the BNY Mellon leaders, having a mentor within the business that has regular touch points with the company, with the leaders of the company, accessing our global innovation centers, as well as extending their own network through invitations to our BNY Mellon events. These are all some of the things we're expecting to deliver as benefits to the companies.
Awesome. Well, you guys make it sound super easy. So I guess we'll just end on this last question. And it seems like you guys and your organizations are doing all these things to help kind of smooth that collaboration process. Why then do startups find it so hard to work and sell into big enterprise companies? And what is the one piece of advice you would either give to startups that are trying to work with you to kind of smooth that process, or to, other enterprise customers that are struggling and trying to figure this out? Maybe let's start, Anne-Marie, with you.
Yeah, I think the first thing, or the most important thing, is a little bit like Noam was saying, don't skip any steps, but be prepared for a very long process. And I also say that to venture capitalists who are supporting those startups, if you are entering B2B market and you want to go for the big corporate, realize that your sales cycle will be 6 to 12 months. So also your runway should cater for that. And it is tough. You have to go through all the steps. You have to be prepared to have the waiting time, etc. So mentally prepare yourself for that. It doesn't have any sense to get frustrated about it, because it is the way it is, and there will be many, many steps and documents that we will need. So that would be a really important one for me.
Well, maybe Alexander, over to you.
Sure. I think, you said it sounds easy. I think that the difficult part about this is it's not. I think the reality is that this still remains quite a difficult thing for people to get into, be you a small supplier or a big supplier. I think my guidance is be pragmatic and be honest. That if there are things that you need and there are things that you either important to you, talk to the people that you're engaging with. I talked about payment terms earlier. I think being as transparent as possible it just makes that process go. It makes it easier. We really want to engage with people. We want to engage with these type of companies because we recognize it's important for our survival as an organization. So if there are things that you need, let us know and we'll do our best to kind of work with you.
And
So my advice, I think, is two-part, and I won't repeat, I think, the previous point on not to really engage a bank in a meaningful way.
This whole value to the whole market. So now, Alexandre will talk a little bit about innovation and our journey on GLT. Hi everyone, my name is Alexandre Barbosa. I'm the IT Associate Director here at B3, and I'm going to talk a little bit regarding the innovation inside B3 and our journey creating this private DLT network. So talking a little bit more regarding the spirit of innovation in B3, innovation is something that is always been part of our D. So since then, when we move from the trading floor up to the high frequency trading world with the trades that are executing microsecond, we are always moving forward and changing technology. That's what brought us here. And this just gave us a question that, okay, what are the possibilities and opportunities that we can leverage with DLT, and what can we do? And with that in mind, we start our journey. So our journey started back in 2017 when we start to understand a little bit more regarding DLT. So understand technology, the capability, and all the possibilities and what we could do. And after this understanding, we did investment in R3 back on the third quarter of 2017 because we understood that this technology could generate value for us. And after this investment, in 2018, we start to create a few proof of concepts. So the first proof of concept that we did, it was focused on identity. So we understood that we could leverage the DLT capability in order to test if we could generate a single identity place where we could check those identities and share the information between all the companies. We did that effort along with some other Brazilian companies. Uh, this effort helped us to understand a little bit more what the technology could do and what we could create inside DLT. So in 2019, we decided to create another POC, this time focused on fixed income. At this POC, we understand it a little bit more regarding the technology, and one thing got a little bit cleared for us. So we have to create a DLT network. So with that in mind, in this year, 2020, we created a private DLT network where we could have the foundation to put businesses and do the next step. So after the creation of this private DLT network, we start to envision, okay, what's gonna be the business value chain? How can we add value and how can we move forward with DLT? So the creation of this private DLT network helped us to establish a foundation that could generate and could cope with new possibilities and new opportunities that we going to transform business into applications. So at this step, we're gonna create value for the ecosystem. So we are looking to the possibilities and what we can put it on this network and what we can generate value. So after we created those applications, so after we transform business into application, the next step is going to be to generate value proposition for our customers. So we're going to aggregate value, integrate different market segments. But when we created this network, what was the technology fundamentals? So what we had it in mind. So the first thing we want to do is the hybrid cloud. So the possibility to have on-premises machines on our data center integrated with a cloud environment to give elasticity and time to market and velocity for us in this new business. Flexibility, it was a key component as well. Have flexibility to test and to understand and to put a small business or even larger business in this network and understand that what are the capabilities and what are the benefits. Look into the capabilities and benefits. One thing that we look at is that we could leverage a lot of analytics product since we could integrate our current systems, our current informations with this new environment, and also and also apply artificial intelligence for this environment. Collaboration is something that is key for any application in DLT. So put together not only other companies, but partners, clients that make sense in order to generate most of the value and put together something really robust in this DLT network. And last but not least, not only blockchain. So we want to have products that run inside a blockchain network, so integrate with legacy systems, with current technologies such as APIs, methods, and so on. So what we envision is a complete environment that will put together DLT and current systems in order to generate value. Look to the business opportunities in DLT. What we start to look at, especially focusing on the business that B3 are into right now, we look at what are the new companies are doing and what the startups are needed and the new projects. And we envision that we can aggregate with DVP and DVD, since this is something that is part of B3 DNAs. Same thing for the secondary market, that we can create it and generate liquidity for this new business. The next thing that we look at, it was to create a repository or even a CSD, a digital CSD, to cope with this new infrastructure and this new ecosystem. And the last but not least, it's regarding trading. So the capability to generate a trading space and a registration space will leverage those business. Some market segments that we look at and we identified some opportunity, it was in the insurance space, financing, private marketing, open banking, and other markets. So mixing all those things and looking to the opportunities and possibilities that DLT can deliver us, we look to tokenization as a good part of the opportunities that we identify. CBDC and stablecoin are another topic that makes sense to be part of it. Self-sovereign identity, and also apply artificial intelligence with DLT. So all those things together that make sense to evolve the network that we created. It opened new opportunities, not only to talk to different companies and startups in order to create new business and generate value. So this is on a high level that I wanted to share with you guys to show what is the journey that we went so far, what we did, and what we can accomplish. And I hope you all enjoy it, what we have here to show you today.
and payments have been a problem for a very long time in this industry, not helped and compounded by the federal prohibition, meaning banks can't take the money. So this industry operates on a lack of trust, and a lot of times it's cash payments, which is dangerous both for the operators and for the people who are paying to purchase these products in these different stores, as you've seen across the country. So there needs to be a solution. There is a problem with quality, there's a problem with trusting one another, and there's clearly a problem with payments. And there's so much inefficiency, time lost, money not generated as a result of all these inefficiencies in this system. And this is where DLT can play a major, major role. So what we've done is we've adopted this idea that, look, if trust is a huge problem in this industry, and it's holding back this industry from unleashing its creative and real economic potential, then there is a real opportunity for trustless transactions, interstage left, DLT, and smart contracts. So we've decided to work with R3 and Corda as part of the venture cohort in developing a distributed ledger platform that allows buyers and sellers, processors, growers, and retailers essentially to state their intents and find the products they're looking for using Corda. The basic idea is you have Alice, who's a grower, and Alice has her test results. And those test results, either they're fed to DeepCell into a data program that we have that we can score this test result, or she uploads the vanilla test result up to the platform. And their potential customers can find her product now. But also on the other side of this transaction, you have a buyer. And to participate as a buyer on this platform, you have to essentially escrow or have funds domiciled or provable on the platform. So Alice knows it isn't just some looky-loos. She knows that Bob is serious because there is money domiciled on the platform and he has a stated intent. So smart contracts can play a major role in reducing the friction, reducing the trust barrier in this industry. So in this example, Alice uploads, again, her test results. She has this product for sale. It's an OG Fire that's 92% THC, has all the goodies that people are looking for in this market. Bob knows that his consumers want OG Fire at this type of quality. Now he can bid on these products. He can essentially let her know he has a stated intent, and via smart contract, because the cannabis systems across the US are all regulated, everything is tracked from seed to sale. Alice knows, or Bob knows, when Alice has shipped the product, and when he receives the product, Alice gets a notification that he received the product. So everything is tracked. And that's one of the beauties of cannabis, is that it's already somewhat regulated, on a state-by-state basis. And DLT marries up with this data really, really well. And it's a powerful tool to really unleash the potential, as stated before, in this industry. We decided that Corda is the way to go. We wanted to have a resilient, permissioned blockchain that allows individuals to message one another and not have to deal with a public blockchain where there's issues with privacy, maybe there's issues with speed. This is something that we thought we did a lot of homework on, and we felt like R3 has the backbone, it has the platform, it has the partnerships, and it has the support to help us really launch a powerful platform in the cannabis space. A little bit about myself. So I didn't say this before, but prior to DeepCell, I was the senior policy advisor to Governor Inslee here in Washington State. I was one of 8 senior policy advisors. And my portfolio was economic development, which is business, incentives, technology, et cetera, et cetera. This is my 4th startup, and I find entrepreneurship very fulfilling, but my other half of my career has been in politics, which is an interesting time right now. And the DeepCell platform that we're working on in cannabis sort of marries these 2 passions of mine. One is entrepreneurship, the other is public policy and trying to make the world a better place. We have a team of about 4 people. We have 2 developers that we're working with right now, and we're excited about where this can go. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention, and I hope this is somewhat educational and somewhat entertaining.
Thanks, guys. I hope you really enjoyed these presentations. You really learned a lot from them, because I certainly did. If you have any questions about the presentations, please contact the speakers or contact me, or contact the venture development team, or go to the R3 website. Hope you enjoy the rest of Cordacon 2020 and have a great day. Bye, guys.
Hello everybody and welcome to Cordacon. My name is Alex Oldfield, I'm from R3 and today we're really excited to share with you the launch of the Corda Challenge 5G. So in this short session we'll be telling you everything that you need to know. Importantly, what it is, why you should join, what it entails, and also why this is such an exciting space to be working in at the moment. So let's kick off. If you've been listening to any of the other sessions today, you'll know that there are some amazing applications being built across many different industries. One of the verticals that we're seeing more and more traction in is actually the telco sector. And Thomas, my colleague, will be speaking shortly about some of the activity in that area. So as a result of this, working hand in hand with some of our closest partners in the area, so Swisscom, Vodafone and AWS, we're really excited today to be launching the Corda Challenge 5G to encourage and to discover innovations that use Corda to unlock and accelerate the potential of 5G. So over the coming months, startups across the globe, it's a global competition, will be invited to accept the challenge and to compete to address some problem statements defined by our sponsors that will leverage both Corda and 5G. Now, our incentives are all aligned on this one. Our sponsors are looking for solutions that they can actually implement that solve their problems, and the winning startups will be awarded with support to take their solution forwards into production from both R3, from a Corda enterprise license, and from $15,000 of cash prize, but most importantly, from the sponsors who want to actually run commercial pilots and support those winning startups as they go into production. Okay, so now you know what it is, you probably want to know how it's going to work. So at R3, really don't want to do any innovation theatre. We want to make sure that as a startup, you are investing the time in doing the right thing, solving the right problems, and ultimately getting validation before you move on. So we've designed this challenge in a 3-step process. You can see here as a bit of a funnel. The first phase is really about communicating what's your value proposition, what's your proposed solution for this problem. So that first stage is a very kind of low bar, it's very simple application, and that will be your first kind of interaction with us. So what you'll need to do is, we'll share the information with you after about how to join, but it's essentially an application form. So you can communicate to us how you understand the problem. What exactly is the problem that you're trying to solve here, and how would you solve it using Corda? We'll then look at all of those applications with the sponsors and obviously with R3 as well, to shortlist that down into the semi-finalists. So we'll be selecting a number of semi-finalists at this stage. It depends on how many fantastic applications that we get through, but we'll like to get at least sort of 10 applications through to the semi-final stages. The next stage, once you've really kind of got your value proposition nailed, we know that you're on the right tracks, we'll be asking you to develop your solution design. So this will be a kind of two-pronged approach. Firstly, from the technical perspective, we want to understand how you're actually going to build this on Corda. So this solution that you've proposed, is it actually feasible? Do you actually know kind of how Corda works and how you would actually implement that? We're really at this point looking for a design document. We're not looking for any kind of coding or any kind of implementation. It's really more about your understanding. The other thing that we want to see is kind of more from the business side. So we want you to start thinking about what's your business model? How would this actually work in practice? And also, very importantly, you need to be able to communicate what you're envisaging for the sponsors. So we'll be asking for a clickable visual prototype so that you'll be able to really convey what's the workflow, what's the solution really going to kind of look like if you were to take it to the next stage. At that point, again, we'll be doing a review and we'll shortlist down to the finalists. So at this point, it will really just be a handful of finalists that will be asking to then develop their full stack prototype on Corda based on the designs and the value propositions that they submitted in previous stages. So at this point, we'll be pretty certain that what you're designing, what you're looking at, is exactly the sort of thing that the sponsors want to see in the end result. So at this point, you should have some great validation already. You will have been in communication with R3 in terms of the technical design, but also you will have had a chance to speak with the sponsors to talk through what are their requirements, what are they looking for. And in this final stage, which is 8 weeks long, it will all be about developing that prototype application. And then the very kind of culmination of that is presenting a demo of your application alongside your kind of killer pitch to the panel of judges that will be made up of all the sponsors and R3. And ultimately, a winner will be crowned to then help support to go to production. So it's designed to be actually very helpful for you as a startup to kind of validate your thinking as you go through, get the communication, get the validation from the sponsors. But ultimately, we hope that those finalists, those building out the prototypes, will be in a really, really strong position to really answer the needs of the sponsors as well. So that's pretty exciting stuff. So in terms of the prizes, which is obviously a key part of participating, I've mentioned it already, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate what would be the prizes should you win this challenge. So this is all really geared up about how can we best support you to take this into production. So the most important thing is really the ability to work with those sponsors going forward. So the commercial pilot or similar, depending on the stage you are at the point that you complete this challenge, and also how the sponsors want to take it forwards. But that's really the kind of key thing that we're aiming for here. The other things are how R3 can help support you as well. So a Corda enterprise license for 1 year, a $15,000 grant to be used to kind of help support the build out of your application, but also just as much as we can, marketing opportunities like speaking at Cordacon. Hopefully next year it won't be virtual, but also kind of case studies and anything that we can do to help support you and get you the exposure that you need as well. So there's some pretty exciting prizes there on the line. They're definitely not insignificant. So it's a fantastic opportunity to work with some really big names in the space, and get the support as well through the challenge as well that you might need to really nail it. And now, what is the challenge itself? So the challenge at the moment is, how can Corda support the secure and scalable exchange of data or transaction of value for commercial 5G use cases? It's a little bit of a mouthful, but what we're looking at is how can 5G connectivity in Corda enable value to be created within many different industries. So auto, insurance, healthcare, energy, industrial, Internet of Things, smart city sectors. There's a huge number of opportunities for you to explore and get creative about how 5G and Corda can come together to address these new industries as well, like smart cities, which is super exciting. And Thomas is going to talk a little bit more about that now. So I'm now have to hand over to Thomas, who's going to kind of go into this a little bit more detail, alongside talking about the sort of work we're doing in the 5G space as well.
Hi there, Alex. Thanks for that. And hi, everybody. Welcome to this session for the Corda Challenge 5G. My name is Thomas Spencer, and I'm the Industry Business Unit Lead for Telecoms here at R3. We're really excited to be launching this challenge because of really two fundamental things. First of all, we really understand the value that startups can bring in terms of delivering innovation at speed and at scale, and at a time frame that is really exciting for us to explore what is possible with technology and Corda in particular, and also because of the huge transformation that is going to be taking place across all of our day-to-day lives, but also the way businesses operate with 5G networks coming online. 5G is a huge transformation technology that's taking place now. I think we probably see it being referred to in the news on a daily basis now, even if maybe we don't all have access to it, but we will do soon. And the amount of the amount of investment that is being made into bringing 5G networks online is absolutely huge. And as I said, really the impact that it's going to have on the way that businesses operate, on the solutions and the services that can be made available to end customers, is really profound. So we're really excited to be able to bring now the startup ecosystem that the venture development team here at R3 has done such a fantastic job at supporting over the years, with the community of communication service providers that are working on Corda now, obviously, led by our fantastic sponsors for this challenge, to really see how Corda and 5G technology can be leveraged to create significant value for end customers. And we're really excited about the potential of working with high quality startups who are really laser focused on specific use cases where they can work in an agile way, in a highly innovative way to create new solutions. But to give a bit of context around the broader opportunity in the broader industry, we are seeing the use of we're seeing the convergence of technologies around related use cases in a really exciting way. When we obviously, this challenge is called the Corda Challenge 5G, but 5G is such a huge topic and such a transformational technology that it really touches on a broad range of other technologies, and the use cases are incredibly wide as well. So when we're talking about 5G use cases, we might be looking at things like infrastructure asset management, network slicing, payments, secure data sharing. These are actually all use cases that are leveraging 5G connectivity with blockchain, the reliable, secure, scalable transaction capability that Corda brings, but also other technologies as well, whether that's things like IoT, for example, is a particularly big one. And so we're really seeing this convergence of technologies coming about with these use cases, and with that, obviously, the convergence of industries as well. So this is we're incredibly proud to be working with sponsors from across the communications sector here, but actually in the work that we do here at R3 with communication service providers, actually the work touches on a huge range of industries, whether that's financial services, supply chain, healthcare, an incredibly broad range. And I think that's that's probably something that is particularly evident when you look at the problem statements that we are defining within this challenge. If I think about one in particular, IoT, one of the problem statements that we are asking these startups in this challenge to try and tackle is around how in this world of connected devices that we already live in, but which is growing exponentially, where we now have devices that are connected, but also increasingly intelligent and will eventually be autonomous. how can these devices start to not just share data with one another and communicate with one another, but actually transact with one another, and do that in a scalable, secure way, leveraging the benefits of 5G connectivity, but also a lot of the not just the better speeds of 5G connectivity, but actually the sorts of capabilities that are made possible with 5G. Whether that's down to a highly accurate location information, much better security capabilities around devices, and obviously the proliferation of edge networks, so that compute capability is getting much more closer to those edge devices to those end devices where it's needed. And what does that what does that then make possible? And it's it's really, really exciting to look at these use cases, because I think what we're going to end up seeing is we're going to hopefully see some fantastic startups really build some applications on Corda, which we're looking at within the context of the communication sector here and within 5G technology. But actually, I'm very confident that they will be applicable to a very wide audience of enterprises and businesses. So we're really excited for that. And I think now we're going to be passing over to some of our sponsors who we're working with on this challenge, and we're very, very excited to be partnering with them there. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, I'm Svetlana Grant, and I head Strategic Partnerships team in Vodafone IoT Technology. I hope most of you already know Vodafone. We are a leading global provider of managed IoT connectivity and services with over 100 million SIMs installed in 37 Vodafone and partner markets. And these SIMs and networks provide a foundation for a variety of value-added services for the Internet of Things, for the Internet of Value, helping businesses who are starting or continuing on their digitalization journeys. We're very excited to be part of the R3 Corda 5G challenge for the reason that we have this new technology, 5G, which is already introduced in 7 Vodafone markets and will be deployed in many more. And the new technology always brings disruption and new opportunities with it. It provides greater data throughputs, lower latency, higher speeds, but also a number of new capabilities on the quality of service side that we are keen to explore together with our partners. We are looking at new services opportunities in automotive, insurance, healthcare, energy sectors, and we are looking to do it by bringing together partners who help businesses transact securely with these new technology capabilities. So for the competition, we're keen to explore 4 areas. The first one is how, with this improved connectivity, we can help Corda enable data or monetary value transactions securely and scalably in a peer-to-peer way. The second area is security. How can we work with Corda to integrate it to support transactions that need to have this secure integrated capability? The third area is using low power wide area technologies for trusted transactions. Of course, here we're talking about massive IoT, which is going to support millions of new devices, and Vodafone has already deployed low power wide area networks in over 16 markets globally. How can we use these new technologies together with Corda and integrate these new devices to provide a trusted transaction layer? Last but not least, a lot of these devices are going to operate in sleep mode with reduced energy consumption, and we would like to understand how Corda could potentially be used to support devices in an offline mode. Of course, IoT cannot happen without trust and security. And to enable this trust and security, we are exploring the use of blockchain technology, distributed ledgers, smart contracts, all of these new enablers for IoT services that will support trust for IoT devices and allow microtransactions to take place. We also see open source platforms as a huge enabler and the right path toward developing the scalable IoT ecosystem of companies. This is why R3 and Corda are important partners to us, and we're excited to be working with them on the 5G challenge. But of course, it has been proven time and again that startups with your agility, with your creativity, with your lean ways of working are a crucial ingredient to support the growth of the Internet of Things. This is why we are excited to work with new companies who are coming into space, who have an exciting idea or a product that you would like to bring to the market, leveraging Vodafone's partnership capabilities. In summary, we are looking for a partner who can help us discover any existing solutions, any solutions to the existing business problems, who can help us solve customer pains. This is what we're in this competition for, to come up with an ambitious vision that would use both 5G and Corda blockchain capabilities, that will have a clear path on how we can work jointly to bringing these solutions into the market to create this vision that can grow big. So I look forward to speaking with you over the next several months, and wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Fletcher McCraw, and I work at Amazon Web Services as the Senior Partnership Manager for our ISV blockchain segment. I'm calling today from Washington, D.C., and I'm here representing both AWS's blockchain team as well as AWS's new infrastructure offering, AWS Wavelength. At AWS, we're proud of our customer obsession and believe in thinking big and having a bias for action. It follows in that we believe in the innovation spurred through challenges like R3's 5G challenge, as it pursues a clear customer problem and truly drives our burgeoning industry forward. We are proud of our strong partnership with R3 and really excited to support the 5G challenge. Most of you are aware of AWS's industry-leading cloud services and our commitment to blockchain. However, you may not be aware of our new infrastructure offering, AWS Wavelength. With AWS Wavelength, our customers can now deploy parts of their application that require ultra-low latency at the edge of the 5G network, using the same APIs, tools, and functionality on AWS that they use today. So as we roll out Wavelength zones, you can start embedding AWS compute and storage services at the edge of 5G networks. So traffic from 5G devices can reach servers without leaving the telecom network, avoiding the latency that would result from traffic traversing multiple hops across the internet. So we're excited to see the innovation that blockchain technology can bring with 5G connectivity for use cases such as connected vehicles, smart factories, AR and VR, medical diagnostics, and supply chains. But in particular, we believe that blockchain is an important complement to IoT, and believe that 5G will vastly expand the potential use cases for blockchain and IoT. So finally, we are excited to see the innovation that the participants can leverage using our AWS Wavelength offering. Startups bring a focus, a passion, and ingenuity when tackling customer challenges. And I'll be looking for this with my colleagues as we mentor and judge the challenge. As a final word, my advice to participants is this. First, stay customer obsessed. Don't be overly infatuated by technology that you avoid or you don't keep the customer problem front and center. Second, think big. Practicality is important, but thinking small is a self-fulfilling prophecy. And finally, good luck. I can't wait to see the ideas that you bring forward.
Great, thank you so much. So now we've heard from the sponsors, we've heard from Thomas, you know what the challenge is and you know what it entails. The last thing that I wanted to cover is how to join and the dates that you need to be aware of. So first of all, the challenge timeline. As I mentioned, there are 3 phases for this. The first one is just that initial application form to communicate what your proposed solution would be and how you would address that problem. So applications are open now and they close on November the 27th. So you've got a good bit of time, just over a month, to get your application nailed and submit that to us. We'll then spend a couple of weeks with the sponsors reviewing all of the applications and shortlisting them down to our semi-finalists. And the semi-finals will start in the new year on January the 5th. That next phase, which is all about the design, will last for 4 weeks. So we'll be working with all of the startups in that phase to be able to help do their design documentation, but also they'll get that communication with the sponsors to really make sure that they understand the problem, but also that they understand exactly what the sponsors are looking for. So from the January 5th to a month from then, we will be working with those startups. We'll then again have 2 weeks of review and shortlist down to the finalists. And the finals will begin on February the 15th. That will then last for 8 weeks. So you'll have 8 weeks to develop that prototype. It's quite a short sprint, but hopefully you'll be able to show us something really fantastic in that period. And then we'll do our final presentations to the panel of judges, and the winners should be announced on April the 16th. So that's our timeline, and hopefully it all seems kind of doable in your head, but really excited to see how everything progresses over the next few months. So all that leaves me to say is make sure to apply if this is of interest. If you have any other questions, then obviously get in touch with us, venturedevelopment@r3.com. I'll be able to pick that up and answer any questions that you have. But also, if you'd just like to go over the information again, look again at the challenge, the different steps, the prizes, etc., then make sure to visit r3.com/Cordacon 5G. That will take you to the landing page, and you'll also from there be able to apply through F-Success, where our application is. So yeah, we're really, really excited to see what the startup community has to bring for this 5G area, and just a massive thank you again to our sponsors Swisscom, Vodafone and AWS for all the support they've given so far and their enthusiasm in taking this forwards. So thank you very much for your time, and looking forward to hearing from you soon.
that. Actually, for a second, I was like, oh, that looks like ping pong table, but I was like, no, that's awesome. That's actually very smart because not everyone can have a green screen behind them, like myself.
I don't like looking like I'm floating in the Himalayas or anything, so.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have the different backgrounds, you'll like lose a limb or something when you're recording.
Shadow, yeah, for sure.
Totally. So for those of us who don't know what Wipro is, can you give a brief kind of overview of what you guys do?
Oh man, Wipro is a 190,000 person strong information technology company that offers a huge range of services, multi-industry, that really focuses on providing a full arrangement of technology and implementation services for Fortune 500 companies globally.
Yeah, so it's a big deal. So what do you guys do?
Services company, we work with a lot of companies doing that. Yeah. We're really good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. You guys have been around for a while. What are you guys doing in the blockchain/distributed ledger technology space?
So our services cover across the gamut, from creating our own patents and our own platforms on blockchain technology to implementing different DLTs like R3 Corda for our clients, to building out consortiums and leading them for our clients, to maintaining networks, launching oracles, launching smart contracts, designing and implementing. You name it, we support it across the blockchain atmosphere and environment.
Gotcha. I guess also since you're in IT and all this stuff, you guys have to be ahead of the curve and learning about new technologies all the time, right? So this just falls into that.
Creating, securing, yeah, always.
When did you guys first start looking into blockchain?
It became a CTO mandate in our organization as a special area to go into roughly 5 years ago. So we began building practice then. We have about 8,000 people who are trained up on different DLT protocol languages or certified in different ways, whether it's R3, Hyperledger, Ethereum, or other languages. And we have folks covering every continent and every country around the world and doing implementations. So the thing we love about R3 the most is that it's so globally oriented. It works well with our footprint.
Yeah, definitely. So why are you guys attending/sponsoring Cordacon? To be part of that like ecosystem?
We've been long
Not to answer my own question.
No, we love sponsoring the event. I think number one is that we've been longtime partners with R3. We've in the past worked with you guys around creating certifications, around launching joint pilots and POCs, around testing your network and providing test network support as well. We're also, as I said, we're geographically stratified across the world. So we see this as a great way to interact with our customers, whether they're in APAC, EMEA, or here in North America or LATAM for that matter, and gives us a great opportunity and platform to do that with a company we've worked with for a long time.
Yeah, definitely. We, I think one of the main things people say about Cordacon is, one, we have great sponsors. So, but also, yeah, it's just a good like community. And this year, especially because it's virtual and we can't be in person in London, that we have sessions spanning like throughout the day, as people would have seen. So it's very inclusive, like that worldwide.
I think it got to a place too where in the past it was what have we built on Corda and what have clients done and showcase that work. And more it's product insights, product roadmap, where you're taking the product and how you're differentiating it from other distributed networks. And also it gives us a chance to showcase how we've worked with your platform in different ways from the folks that our clients may work with otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. And on that note too, on Thursday, we have a session featuring Wipro, and so everyone should check that out. For now, thank you so much for joining me. If people want to learn more about what you guys are doing in the space or contact you, where should they go?
www.wipro.com/blockchain.
All right. Heard it here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me, Joshua, and thank you for being a Cordacon sponsor.
Thank you.
Thank you also to all of our other sponsors. Kathy, the first day is over. How are we feeling?
I feel like I should have just come off the floor of like Cordacon, but it was so amazing. I think we all didn't know what to expect with a virtual conference, and in some ways, I think it will never go back. I know Dave had mentioned earlier in his kickoff about obviously having everyone back in person, but when you think about a couple of things, number one, being able to reach so many additional people that perhaps couldn't travel to the event or didn't have a chance to sort of partake in the networking. So I think that was a really great Really great change this year. And then being able to have so many amazing speakers and panels. And I have all of my notes here. I can't wait to talk about in terms of the amazing things that our customers are doing and our partners are doing. And thank you all, to all of our partners who sponsored us. But I don't know. I think there was a lot of great themes, and it was kicked off, wonderfully this morning by our CEO, Dave Rudder, and really that theme, right, of digital transformation kind of flowed through, and talking about how we're helping through Corda to simplify. This is, it's been difficult, this market, in terms of getting applications into production. And I think the theme that we're working on with our customers is, with our managed services announcement, for example, how do we help them sort of remove operational barriers and cost barriers, and just worry about getting the app out there.
No, definitely. I think in the intro, we talked about the Corda managed services, and also we had a more in-depth session, which people should check out if you're interested. And it's more about obviously how R3 can help our partners and our customers in our ecosystem. Because, as you said, we're in a completely digital world right now, and people, because of Corona, we know, because we are separated by glass. So we are being COVID conscious. But we know that everything kind of in the world just flipped on its head very quickly. And so those who were a little hesitant to kind of hop on this digital train now are like, wait a minute, we need to. So that's why I think a big theme is that digital transformation. And one of the things that was very obvious today with all of the sessions that we're trying to, R3, help and enable our partners. And some of the customers have amazing sessions.
I've only been with R3 like about 18 months, but how did you feel in terms of the content, coming out of today's agenda compared to the early years?
Well, thank you. I've been here from pretty much the start. So I think I use Cordacon every year as a milestone. It's difficult this year because obviously it's virtual. It's a very different milestone, but every year it grows so much. And so we have over 5,000 attendees this year. Is really breathtaking. It kind of makes you pause. And I want to say, I hope at some point I'll stop getting teary when I watch the opening videos, but I don't know if that's going to happen. And it didn't happen this morning. So I think just every year it changes a little. I think at first, and people who have been to our initial Cordacons would say this, the ones years and years ago was focused a lot on R3 showing what Corda can do. We unveiled Corda 1, not even Corda Enterprise 1 at the first Cordacon. And it was such a big moment at the time. And now I look back at all the milestones every year. And Cordacon we use, and our partners use it as a way to announce what they're doing and make a big splash. So we do have a few announcements to touch on. But I think it's just a milestone, and every year it's getting bigger and bigger. So I love this year's event. I love that we were able to still throw it. But it just feels like it's very heartwarming. It's nice being here from the start. What about you? You were there last year.
I think there's definitely an evolution taking place. And I think the pandemic, as difficult as everything was this year, it did help put, I think, for businesses thinking into perspective on needing to reach real life solutions. So it's less about what I'm seeing, and I'm excited to talk a little bit about some of the great sessions we had, but it was less about the technology and more about the ultimate result and the solutions that Corda could enable. And in fact, when you said Corda 1, I mean, we're on to Corda 5, and we talked about that, but it's an incredible technology release. It's going to enable our customers to simplify their deployment, their timelines, the way that they build applications and operate and deploy them. It is going to vastly simplify that. And I know there's some great technical sessions today around that, and Dave Hudson did a great job talking about that. And then, obviously, there's some great success stories. Dave talked about Spunta, and I mean, what an amazing story in terms of the, deployment, really a standard across the Italian banking system. So that's just really setting the stage.
I know.
Some of the other exciting announcements, I know we had e-title, and that was a great acquisition that we just made, which is exciting as a company to start looking at those sort of tuck-in acquisitions that allow us to really progress on that digitization path that we talked about. So why that was really important is that takes a very laborious and difficult process and digitizes that and speeds that up. And it removed a lot of the legal and sort of regulatory hurdles that's involved with trade and trade finance. So that was definitely really
good one.
Exciting.
Yeah, that's
biggie,
a good
right?
announcement. The press release went out this morning. Henry and Valerio from R3, they did an awesome session. For me personally, I know the benefits, obviously, of the technology in all these different industries, but Henry kind of jumped into bills of lading and why this is important, what pain points Corda EBL will solve, and so that was a really good session, and I think that was exciting. There's so many exciting things that happened today, but that was one of my
trade
favorites,
finance is such a huge area for R3.
Yeah.
And sort of with our sort of the roots there, but this is only going to help us kind of reach more and more of the ecosystem, and that is absolutely an area that's exploding, and even more so post COVID with the need to digitize this whole process, and we see examples of that. I know related to that was emphasis on their supply chain, and you'll hear throughout the sessions payments and embedded payments and financing is a huge area, and we're working with a lot of our partners there. I'm hoping you caught the session with Todd this morning.
Always, Todd would be mad.
Todd's a great moderator, right?
I feel like sometimes I remember Todd was speaking on another conference, and he had messaged me right before it. He was like, "What does my camera look like?" I was like, "How do you know what if I'm not watching?" But I always watch Todd.
I would say he does a great job, but that panel was amazing. So we had representatives, Harold Boss from MasterCard and Mariana from ING and HSBC, and really talking about and it's a topic that, when you start thinking about it, you're like, wow, it's going to have an incredible impact, but how embedded finance in everything we do. So the network is really now going to become enabled with, financial aspects that are just going to become standard. And I think it's going to be hugely transformational. And we have amazing leaders in the industry who are working with R3 right now, working with Corda to sort of, begin that transformation journey on the embedded finance. So
it's remarkable, I will say. And we kind of touched on this before with the beginning Cordacons kind of being like, oh, this is R3, this is Corda, this is what you can do with it. And now seeing actually all of these big names, that panel was awesome. I think we had posted on our social media, like Power Panel, which they all are, by the way, but it's really remarkable. One of the most amazing things to see is all the progress, even from one Cordacon to the next, with these different apps and these different use cases. And to me, it's mind-blowing how much of an impact this can have.
Right. I mean, as the company grows and really the enterprise software and the technology leadership, I was just blown away looking at the agenda and the level of quality of customers who are engaging and working with our teams now on real solutions that are solving problems. I think that was the most exciting thing for me in my role here. That really just was, and I know there's 2 more days to go, and we have just an amazing lineup. I know there was another amazing panel with Moody's and Agora, Securitize and HSBC. And I know that was a lively panel. There was some good dialogue back and forth, but really it was kind of this, assets and securitizing and digitizing that. And kind of what came out of that is you kind of have to, I think we see this in blockchain and general enterprise blockchain, but baby steps. I think there's some of these things are very complicated, and we are going to have to take baby steps. And I think that was really the theme there. But HSBC talked about Digital Vault, their Digital Vault project, as well as Project Hash, which are two really early successful examples of that digitization of assets and really taking things that used to be manual or paper-based and just simply getting them in a form that can be, networked and communicated with. So
yeah, I think it's really hard to even just pick some of these sessions because there were so many good ones. I also think the tech tracks, even though I am not a technical person, I do love listening to the R3ers. There were a bunch of really good tech tracks of developers and engineers who are so passionate about what they've built for Corda open source and enterprise. And so the tech tracks for people who are interested are awesome. There were a few really good ones. I also will say, just from an R3 perspective as well, I did like at the beginning of the day, and all of these, for anyone who doesn't know, all of these sessions, you can play them back as long as, if you're watching this, you're registered for Cordacon. So, so you can watch the other sessions back and hopefully reference, if you missed some of the ones that Kathy has mentioned, please do watch those. But there was also a session at the beginning with Mike Ward, Case, Joel, and Gabe on the R3 side, and they talked about different sessions that they wanted to highlight too. So I think that's for all of Cordacon. There's so much good content. It's really exciting. These events, we always get so much good content and the ecosystem, and everyone's kind of begging for it after. So it's so nice.
And I also thought, and there was some really new. As David Rutter talked about this morning, Conclave is an incredibly exciting. I'm so excited about this product that we've announced, and it really kind of marries the best of sort of the enterprise blockchain in terms of the network itself with the ability to share multi-party data securely. Yeah. And one example of where something like that could be used was talked about by Matt Field. For Nice Actimize. And, obviously they're one of the leaders in the AML space, but talked about, the trade-based money laundering. One thing that COVID, I think, and the pandemic has done, it has enhanced crime, I think, online crime and the need with less actual presentation of people and data in person. That's true. There is a lot more bad actors out there. And I think it's only going to raise the bar in terms of the level of sophistication of both sort of the criminals as well as the technical solutions that we need to keep up with. And that's what Matt talked about, really how do we leverage technologies like a Conclave, like a Corda to be more sophisticated than the bad actors. So, but I thought that was kind of a nice and really also an interesting topic that maybe wouldn't have been on other Cordacon agendas was Scott Zaldi, who's the Chief Digital Officer at FICO. Yep. We're doing a lot of doing some interesting discussions with FICO around, again, sort of that fraud, but Scott is a kind of renowned expert in the AI field, and he talked about responsible AI.
That was a really interesting session.
Which is a little scary.
Yeah, I know.
When you think about how amazing these artificial intelligence systems are becoming, but how do you prevent your analytics and AI systems from getting biased, right? How do you know that they're making the right decisions and being responsible? So
a tad horrifying, a little bit. But you're right. To touch on what you were saying before about Conclave, and tomorrow during sessions there will be more in depth about Conclave. But security is obviously becoming just more and more important. And I think people are starting to finally jump on that train with personal information as well. Even, and this is a little off topic, but there's that, I don't know if you've seen The Social Dilemma on Netflix. To be clear, I have not seen it because I've heard enough, and I work in social media and I work in marketing, so I kind of get the deal. But I think with more awareness of your personal data and how many people can access that data, people care about their privacy more than anything right now. So this technology is getting more and more and more important.
Right. Well, that's where Corda was born. Yep. With the security and privacy in mind. And I think not that this wasn't important a few years ago, but you're right. And I think the world is only getting more and more cautious, and there's a need to protect not only personal data, but business data.
Mm-hmm.
And your enterprise systems need to make sure that they're, secure in terms of getting the value out of multi-party systems and external data sources, but having the right technology that in fact can secure that. And that's where Conclave and Corda is a perfect fit. And I think the market's only scratching the surface right now in terms of the potential there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
No, I agree.
We also had DTCC.
Amazing.
Which is amazing. And there's really about driving innovation through Corda.
Yep.
They have Project Ion. I know that's something that is, a huge initiative for them. And that's really focusing on the settlement of public equities, so that they can reduce their margin requirements. And, an excellent talk by them. And what again, an amazing institution name to be working with.
Yeah.
And they've been wonderful customer, and we've got a lot more we're working with them on, but again, super exciting.
I know, it's the ecosystem just in general, and I've talked about this a million times. So I'm sure anyone who's listened to the podcast is like, we get it, you like your ecosystem, but it's ever growing, and we have some amazing names, and Cordacon actually has showcased that with the people who are not only presenting, but are so passionate about what they're presenting.
Right.
Which is one of my favorite things about Cordacon.
It is, and actually, God, I'm like, this is just looking through my notes again. We had MoneyGram again.
Yes,
another amazing name. MoneyGram was talking about how they're, enhancing the way that they're sending money overseas, and really the data sovereignty. To your point on who owns the data, where is it? The transactional state management. So where, how are you handling that, and then obviously how are you going to reconcile that? But really, how to make those payments faster and more affordable, which was really important right now for a lot of people during the crisis, had to get, money to different parts to help loved ones across the world. So really an important projects for us there. How much time do we have left? I just want to know.
Hey, we're pretty good. We have about 8 minutes. So, about 5.
I have just.
Oh yeah, you're like, how much time do I have?
I have more good stuff to talk about, but
it's good.
I just think it's when I kind of go through this in its entirety, and it's only day one. It's
remarkable.
NASDAQ, right?
Yeah,
they've been with us for some time. This year, but their digital exchange and Johan Toll, who's just a very influential person, in that market, has been very vocal in support of Corda and R3 on creating a digital asset suite and digital marketplaces. So I don't know how that,
we could talk about this stuff forever. I think, again, with like the breadth of partners too, another reason I love Cordacon so much is all of the different industries and all of the different use cases. I learned so much. And I think this is a perfect example. We're naming so many different
things. And who can forget Tim Grant at STX?
Oh, no one can forget Tim Grant.
Because without introduction.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, his digital, obviously they're groundbreaking, and how they're really taking old technology, new technology, and marrying those together. And I know a lot of great things to come from Tim. And geographically too, we had some great stories out of Brazil, which was pretty amazing in that they have been hit very hard as well.
Yeah.
And they didn't seem to get slowed down this year whatsoever.
Yeah. I love our Brazil
team
office.
Is the best,
I love them. They're very scrappy.
Right.
In the best way possible. We had some good sessions today out of Brazil. But all over the board. I remember with kind of scheduling, people were like, how are we going to do this time zone wise? Right. We have so many people here and there. And that's why also us going virtual, a benefit of that is that we did span across time zones. Right now it's very late in the UK. Hopefully some people in the UK are watching, shout out. But that's a benefit of Cordacon this year. And like you said, I would love to be in person next year. I really hope we can. And I hope that we can beat this virus. But we have, I think, at R3 with Cordacon have been able to make the most of a bad situation. And I would also like to shout out the business or the events team, just generally speaking, just because this event is virtual doesn't mean it's less work.
Oh my God, I can't believe him. Actually, I think it's incredible how this was pulled together, and then just the ecosystem, our partner team, and Dorothy Copeland's team, and Carlos and team, and all of our, the just everyone kind of rallied together from marketing, your team, Sarah Hale, like just incredible.
I know. It's crazy. It really, really was a big group effort. And I think we were talking about this before. Cordacon, I think every year brings everyone together, not just our ecosystem, not just our customers, our partners, but internally too, all of the teams working together to put on this event. And we have great camera crew, Rob Fletcher, shout out. So yeah, I think no matter what, even though Cordacon was virtual, and like you said, maybe it'll be kind of both moving forward. I would actually probably like that too.
I don't think things are ever, obviously, aren't going to ever go back to normal. And I think if we can take the best of what we've learned this year, both from a business perspective and just a personal perspective, and try to take that forward, I think it benefits all, all of us. So I know.
What a great closing, Kathy Minter.
Well, I just want to thank everyone who registered as well and attended, took the time. Everything is recorded. You can go back and take a look. I know myself, I've got to go back and,
Me
there's
too.
so much content, so much amazing content. So, but thank you so much for your support and being an R3 customer, or hopefully potential customer soon. So
yes, definitely. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks,
as
Catherine.
Kathy said, there's so many good sessions still to come as well. So tune in. Don't forget, if you don't want to get up, if you're in New York, you don't want to get up at 4 a.m., you still can watch it later. It is on demand. So thank you, and see you all tomorrow for day 2 of Cordacon.
Great. Thank you all.